to be challenged with is...
My name's Brian Engelman, and I'm going to try to do something I have not done here. Let me switch the microphone. Snowball. Hopefully that... There we go. That should be better. I'm going to try to do a... I got to see if I can pull it up on the screen. But we're going to live react. Oh, Kamala Harris. How did she get to this position?
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber.
What a mess. Let's see here.
A lot to talk about. Here's something off the beaten path. Do you think he'll have a senior moment tonight? Whether it's a stumble as he enters the chamber, or gets to the podium, or if he goes off script.
I'm gonna see if I can pull this up. It might work.
Or is this the night he really brings in focuses for 60, 70 minutes?
Well, Eric, if he doesn't stumble, bumble, and mumble, it'll be the first time that
is this not going to work?
Podium and not done that in maybe a year and a half or 2 years.
I'm watching the feed over here, but I want you to be able to watch it with me.
I think we're all going to say, what did you give him just before the speech? Because we all want some of it. And please keep giving to it.
I'll sell a whole bunch of that supplement somewhere. I'm sure they will. Does it shock you to see people like, Nancy Pelosi hugging Mitch McConnell?
No, not really. I mean, this is a moment, I think Rick Santorum had it best. This is where all of the normal moments...
I'm giving it a shot.
Civil, at least until the president gets up and says things that nobody on the other side can agree with. And then they'll go back to being mean like they always are.
Let's take a listen here. They're bringing... is this a sergeant at arms coming in control? Diplomatic corps coming in. Let's take a listen. Just listen in for the sights and sounds for a second.
Yeah, so I'm watching it here. I got it on my phone. We go sideways, panoramic. Let's go full screen. How do we go full screen? Okay, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House.
Mike, appreciate your time, my friend. We're going to watch and we'll get back with you very soon.
He has done a couple decent things.
We'll analyze. Mike Huckabee, thank you. All right, folks, back with us now. Host of the National Report, Sean Kreisman, also here. Host of CNN Now, Mercedes Schlapp. Listen, guys, let's take a
Okay.
and look.
I'm fairly confident I'm going to be able to get this to work.
Fantastic night.
Try this again. I am fairly confident this is going to work. Loading, loading, loading. Keep those doggies loading. Okay, back to the other screen. Oh, the Supreme Court. Oh, John Roberts. What a disappointment out of that guy. Could you imagine Merrick Garland as a Supreme Court justice? Okay, what's happening? Guide.
Interesting, just to jump in really quickly, interesting to remember.
Here we are. Good.
Take it up. Roe v. Wade sending it back to the states. It goes back to the point of you seeing the Democratic women in unison tonight in terms of attire, wearing white, in terms of reproductive rights, women's rights, something that should be, or what we've heard, will be a key component from that.
The screen.
If they talk about Joe Biden, also another Supreme Court that they ruled against. So that's going to be an interesting topic that
Perfect. Now I can mute this. All right, I'm going to pull this up on the screen, and we're going to watch together. And I'm going to yell at this clown because he's full of it, and I'm not putting up with it. Thanks for joining me today on the New American Media, because the old American media failed you.
Is some winning topic for this administration when you sign more than 90 executives?
Yes, almost. Why is it freezing? Okay.
Executive orders in 100 days in office, your first 100 days in office, and you've seen the number of illegal migrants crossing into this country, and then the crime
we went with
that
Newsmax today because I don't like Fox.
This case that's garnered
NBC
national
or
attention.
CBS.
Lincoln Riley. We've seen many congressional leaders within the halls here,
some of these tags
the House chamber, wearing name tags or wearing tags with the name Lincoln Riley on. This is a man who allegedly committed this murder.
Okay. The feet acting weird.
Who was allowed to cross.
Oh Lord! Do I have to refresh it?
Committed a crime, released from jail, still allowed.
We're going to refresh the page, see if that helps a little bit. Getting things queued up here. It's the pregame anyway. Mr. Burns hasn't stumbled out into the lectern area yet. Why does it say in the office? This app is being so weird. This is not what I'm watching. No, I'm not watching The Office. I'm watching Newsmax. Who is that? Pelosi? Ugh. Frank Luntz. Yeah, let's try this again. I don't know why The Office is auto-populated on here twice, but we'll try this again. State of the Union address. Look, I love The Office. I think The Office is one of the best comedies in the history of television. But I didn't go live to talk about The Office. Here we go. Now, let's check the volume. Where's the volume? Eric Bowling wearing a lot of makeup. A lot of makeup. Maybe they should dial that back a little bit.
On pages.
Okay.
On pages and pages for a reset.
I'm at the mercy of the technology in front of me.
We need better policy.
Oh, for the love of God. I already reset this once.
And you know what? We need to. We don't have one right now. We need a real leader. Let's take a look in. I'll look and listen in as we watch these people prepare.
I could really go for more than a couple of seconds without
for,
buffering issues.
60,
that would be
75-minute speech.
God, do I have to try it on a different channel?
Mistakes. We go off prompter, folks.
Hey, let me stop sharing. Let me re-add it. Working with the technology we have available to us, folks. It's playing fine, but when I start streaming it, it's becoming an issue. George Santos. Where's George Santos lingering around?
It's hard to see. That may have been Josh Hawley. A couple Supreme.
Fingers crossed this will just play and we can watch it together.
I don't know who that is. Mercy, do you have any idea who that one is?
I do not.
Sorry.
What happens?
Congressman. Yeah. his lapel. Yeah. Israel. He's got a pro-Israel lapel, so it's probably Republican. At this point, it's pretty.
Did we mute it? Man, this app is choppy. Okay, so
Safe to say.
Here's what's going on at the State of the Union.
For the Sergeant at Arms come in and announce the President of the United States. That's when it really gets interesting. You see the President come down, shaking hands, talking to some people. You get a good sense. There's Lindsey Graham there with the main Senator Collins and Murkowski on the left. Yeah, Susan Collins. Chit-chat.
How do I handle the volume?
In the gallery, there's going to be, the president gets to invite 24 guests to the First Lady's box.
Okay, there we go. The State of the Union, everybody, is dire. If you look at the New American Media, we changed our logo. It used to be the American flag, the New American Media, because the old American Media failed. Well, we changed it. It's an upside-down flag. The upside-down flag signals a nation in distress, because we are truly a nation in distress right now on every front. I could give you more of a diatribe, but I'm going to pull up the volume and we'll just try to watch this thing together. But that's the State of the Union. Anything else is pure gaslighting from these guys. They have lied to you for 8 years straight. I mean, they've always been lying to you. But there's like white lies, there's small lies, and then there's unforgivable lies. And that's what these Democrats have been doing. Unforgivable lies. So here, I'm just going to pull up the volume and we can react to it together. Look at that guy. Who is that guy? Talking to Romney. Are we back on track now? The volume.
There's Manchin with Romney. But
there.
Typically it's very, very much.
I'll try it one more time. It was going well until I messed with the volume. So I'm just going to keep the volume at the level a little bit lower. But I want it to be so that you can hear me over top of it. So I don't want it to be up too much because I obviously can't just pan the volume down to talk. Once again, it's populating the office for me. Thanks for that. That's cool. Try it one more time. State of the Union.
Right there, Congressman who may be on a short list for President Trump's vice presidential.
Watching it on this screen.
Maliotakis as well. You see her standing there representing Debbie Lesko there.
Supreme Court Justice Brown Jackson. Chief Justice John Roberts, right there.
Rowdiness coming from the Republican side in terms of the president's speech.
So Byron Donalds right there, Congressman who may be on a short President Trump's vice presidential ticket.
Maliotakis as
All right,
well.
they've delayed President Biden.
They're representing Debbie Lesko there.
He's in a side
Supreme
room.
Court Justice Brown Jackson. Chief Justice John Roberts right there. Sotomayor. Sorry, the Supreme Court Judge Sotomayor off to the right a little
9-0. Ruling that Trump can be on the ballot. In
President Biden, they say he's in a holding.
Or that he must
Senator
be on the
Coons
ballot.
On the upper left with the blue tie.
States cannot block
leaning over the chair.
That's a win.
You know, I've been in the room for the State of the Union with President Trump. It is electrifying. It is a moment that while people, you know, are very defined in what they believe in their roles, at the same time, there's excitement, right? Yeah. It is a moment in American history. There's Congresswoman Tlaib. She's been
Rashida Tlaib, yeah.
Talk about.
So interesting. You see that scarf she's wearing. Typically, you know, a
quad,
at least kind of Palestinian pattern on that scarf. I mean, she was the one who came out and said, when you vote in Michigan, vote non-committal. Don't vote for Biden. It garnered almost 20% of the Michigan vote that voted not for Joe Biden.
And that's one of the biggest problems that you're seeing right now with Joe Biden. Well,
hold on, Mercedes Jerry Nadler on his phone. Is he like playing video games on his
Candy
phone?
Crush,
Is that Candy Crush?
There's Senator Tom Cotton as well.
That's timely.
Senator Bill Cassidy. It's interesting too because the Senate and the senators, they're able to, again, they're assigned to proceed. The House members, it's first come, first serve. Well, that's what I had in my notes. I've got Senator Rick Santorum with us joining.
Outside seats. You have senators get certain rows.
Certain rows, okay.
Right. So the senators get the front rows. Congress sort of fills in. Then you have on the far wings, you have the diplomatic corps. So
the House members have different rules, right?
House members sort of sit wherever they can.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and I think
We snuck Rick Santorum, Senator Rick Santorum in.
Joe is running late.
Gosh, Rick Santorum, he's still a thing.
This is really cool to see everybody sort of milling around.
It's very on time, but again, the reason, let's hear. They're 8 minutes minimum wait right now, and it's because of the protest.
Every minute past Joe's bedtime is a
but more
problem.
importantly,
Past
the
Joe's
fact that this
bedtime.
administration didn't plan for a disruption.
Yeah.
They have no. They believe everything they do is going to be right, it's not like they don't know what to turn to. They don't have a plan B, so to speak.
Well, it could have been for a variety of reasons that the president could be running. The Secret Service would have planned for alternative
It's the night that Biden is going to step down.
The mere fact that there is a protest at such big group there, I think, is very telling of one of the biggest issues that President Biden is facing, which is coalition on the Israel-Hamas issue.
So Gates are.
Okay, I'm testing the volume, the level of the volume of my voice. Cutting over what we're watching on the screen.
That's an unusually Supreme Court justices, number one. Number two, there's Joe Biden coming in. And the other interesting thing, I've never seen this before, but Justice Anthony Kennedy is there, who's a former Supreme Court justice. I've never seen this before, but Justice Anthony Kennedy I don't recall my time in a long time, a former.
Okay, there we go. I'm turning the volume down a little bit.
Justice, and particularly the fact that Kennedy was a Republican.
Okay, there we go. I'm turning the volume down.
Nominee, and he's coming in for a.
Oh my gosh, Rick Santorum.
Speech, which I thought was.
But where was he? He wasn't sitting.
Blast from the past.
He was sitting right next to Ketanji Brown Jackson. Yes.
Oh, interesting. Take a listen.
Mr. Speaker.
There's Tony Blinken, Secretary of State. There's Lloyd Austin coming in.
Impeach.
Who bowed to the
Treason.
Leader.
Treason. Impeach.
Tell him to stop playing with
Treason. Impeach. Look at all of these bums.
Attorney General Merrick Garland is coming in.
The other interesting thing you'll see there is that
Merrick Garland was almost a Supreme Court justice.
It's Republicans on the left and Democrats on the right. But what you're again, somewhat maybe more of a recent history since Trump is that it won't stand on the line to shake hands with the Democratic administration coming in. That didn't used to be the case. Always Republicans actually would come.
Buttigieg. What did he do for East Palestine?
On the way
in Ohio.
Now it has become so partisan.
That's transportation.
Take both sides
Transportation secretary, no experience in transportation.
And when Republicans have it, they take both sides.
And we know that each year one cabinet is randomly chosen to be the designated survivor, and they are sent over to an undisclosed location.
Oh, Mayorkas, impeach, imprison, treason.
Mayor Pete, or should I say Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
So who is the designated survivor, did they say? I missed that.
Oh,
by the way, I'm watching the comments in the Facebook group. Brian May, David, Amber, others are watching. Thank you. Leave comments, and if you click the link, let me post the link in the group if you guys want to join.
A lot of people want to be president.
Let me grab the link.
Not sure he's going to be president.
Okay, I'm grabbing the link so I can invite guests. Since we're trying to listen to something, it'll be more listening.
I'm sorry, trying to help me. There he is. Soon to be impeached Alejandro.
Yeah, Mayorkas got impeached, rightfully so.
Mayorkas,
he was impeached. He's not been convicted. So it happens in the House. Conviction and the trial happens.
Right. I wasn't sure that they voted
Okay, I just did an @everyone, and this is how you can join the show live if you wanted to join the show live. Okay, let me get out of this. I have too many windows running. So the streaming is suffering here.
To Joe Biden, and it must be coming from his office, this idea that shrinkflation is the reason Joe Biden's numbers aren't.
Shrinkflation. Oh, so they're trying to say that corporations are greedy, which is why you can't afford a home. You can't afford a condo. You can't afford a moderate-sized home. You can't afford a used car. You can hardly afford to put gas in the vehicle that you can't afford, on the insurance that you can't afford. Dead.
Again, 14 minutes past. This is really late, and
David, I brought you in. How are you, sir?
Just be curious.
I'm doing good. How are you doing, bub?
How this throws off.
Living the dream. Thanks for joining. What's on your mind for the State of the Union? How you feel about the State of the Union?
I quit watching it years ago.
This speech, he's had almost no schedule to speak of.
Do you remember the last time you gave a shit? Which president it was? Was it Obama? Did you stop? Was it Bush?
It was the second term of Obama.
Did you become disillusioned?
No, I just got tired of the bullshit.
I mean, they're coaching.
Yeah, they're pretty good at that.
Yeah, they are.
See, my hunch for tonight, my big question is it possible that Biden is going to resign tonight?
And I'm sure.
No.
That's my wild card. That's my wild card. What are you expecting to hear tonight? Do you think there's a chance he steps down?
Yeah.
And just says, I appreciate serving, but look, I'm an aging man. I'd like to spend more time with my family. He doesn't have to say I got dementia and I'm a dummy and I'm corrupt and all that stuff. He could find another way out. What do you think?
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin.
He's going to wait until the Democratic convention, and he is going to step down at that point, and they're going to put Gavin Newsom in his place.
Might not covering is Afghanistan, obviously.
That is your prediction, official prediction.
Yep, that's the official prediction.
I saw when Fox was trying to have a debate between DeSantis and Gavin Newsom that nobody wanted to see. They were really pushing that. They really wanted those two puppets. If you pay both puppets, two wings of the same dirty bird, it is what it is. But
if you look at what Newsom's been doing over the last couple months, he's been going to China. He's been going to Africa. He's been doing pretty much what a president would do if they were running. So I'm really expecting Biden to step down at the last moment, and they put Newsom in.
Yeah, Senator, you're making
yeah,
a good point.
I mean, there's no better comparison. I fled California a couple of years ago. I was out there for a decade and a half, and I fled. It is such a backward blue city, blue state, Los Angeles, California. I had to get out. I mean, there's no better. Is this him? Okay. Here's not booze. I couldn't clap at this. Be polite.
Hell no.
I couldn't do it. Hey, let me click this, see if Brian is here. I don't see his screen. Let me pull it up. Hey, Brian, are you there?
I guess the Republicans have regained the NC. That's the senator of the Congress from Tennessee.
Weird. It shows up as a screen. Is this Brian May? Brian, are you there?
Lincoln Riley named to Joe Biden. So
he's like who?
And behind the president is the delegation.
I usually don't take callers. I usually don't bring people onto the show, but it's good, Let's see what's up. Let's get together.
Into the chamber. Chuck Schumer, Steve Scalise is over the shoulder there.
How long have you been in the agree to disagree group?
It's been a while. I'm not good with time.
That's a staying song, right?
at least before
Yeah,
this
pretty
speech,
much.
if you want to get that in.
Good band. Good band.
To reserve it. And if you lose.
Well, one Congresswoman, Cynthia McKinney, that used to arrive.
Are you undecided for 2024, or do you have it figured out?
It didn't matter which political party.
I will not vote anything Democrat.
Yeah.
Backbench congressmen who get a chance to be.
That part.
Senator.
That part.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how I've been most of my life. I used to trust Republicans a lot more because I just didn't realize most of them were in on it together. The Cheneys, the Bushes, the Romneys, the McCains, they're all fake Republicans. Okay, Brian is in the chat room, and he's saying, boom, yes, I'll never vote for a Democrat. Yeah,
hell
that's
no.
Let's see if Brian could hear me. Brian?
See how Marjorie Taylor Greene with her Make America
That's
Great
the
Again.
question, is hear from her, from the audience tonight.
I think Speaker Mike Johnson wants to make sure there's decor in the under. I think that it's hard to control the caucus.
They have been instructed over and over again to be respectful.
Right.
Senator, weigh in on this. I mean, how does Biden of Israel Hamas? How do you address it?
Hey, let me try a second time. Brian, I just clicked the button to add you. Can you hear me? Are you in here?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, this is Brian May, correct?
Nope. Brian Edson.
Oh, Brian Edson, what's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, buddy. What's up?
Thanks for joining. David, meet Brian.
Yeah.
Brian, meet David.
Hey.
I know you spell your name right, so it's all good, right?
My mom at delivery room conversation. Was that you that had the idea, see if we could do a live thing for today's show?
It wasn't my idea. I can't take credit for it. I thought it was a good idea, though.
It was, and we're normally live every Tuesday, Thursday, 3 p.m. Eastern, till about 5 o'clock or so. But with this, we kind of said, let's do a Friday afternoon show. Once all the dust settles on this, to kind of unpack tomorrow. So we'll probably do a show tomorrow. But I want to wait. I figured, let's give it a shot. Let's try.
Let's do it.
Let's roll.
I usually.
Are you undecided for 2024, Brian?
Oh,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I catch the show usually like later on because I'm usually working while you guys are doing it. So.
Well, that's why we put it on Spotify. That's why we put it on. Because I don't trust Facebook is going to be there for us. I don't trust that YouTube is going to be there for us.
Definitely.
They've taken away our monetization. They've shadow banned. They've literally erased videos off of our sites. Yeah, so I trust the podcast on Spotify a little bit more. I trust Rumble a lot more. Telegram, all that stuff. But yeah, like I said, I'll put out smoke signals. I'm going to talk about what's going on in the world till I have no breath left. You know, like I don't care who I'm talking to. I'm going to keep talking.
Hey, not to interrupt you, Brian.
Funding to Israel, and
you think Joe Biden knows where the hell he's at?
I think it's urgent.
You see that surprised look on his face? Did you see the fencing that they put up around the White House today? This administration that says we shouldn't have borders at our southern border. Oh, we shouldn't have a wall. Let's take down the components of the wall, let them rust, and sell them for 10 cents on the dollar as scrap. Then these people have the gall to put up a fence around their house to protect themselves after they overthrew this nation. Everybody hates these people. Fences work for them, but not for us. Millions of people dumped into our communities. God knows from where. God knows what purpose they have here. Lake and Riley, every day it's another cop. It's another woman and her daughter walking, getting killed in a car crash. It's just like every day the blood is on the Biden. So, I'm sorry. What was your question? Does he know where he is? I don't think they can believe they got away with kicking Trump out 3.5 years ago. I don't think they can actually believe it.
No.
For the other shooting, I'm like, did we really rob this bank? Did we really get away with it? I pray to God the answer is no. I pray to God that justice will be coming while he
Have you seen the videos of how many Chinese people are coming across the border?
They have an entire I don't know. Like if you're on the freeway, every so many miles they have gas station places to use the restroom.
This is unusual.
They have way stations, Chinese housing. They are pumping them through tens of thousands of people at a time. These are military-aged men invading our country.
Yes.
These are impoverished poor women carrying their child
Right.
had a DNA test proving that they're not being human trafficked.
Not,
This is like,
I hate to say it, he's
this is
acting
a
like
literal invasion. I started today's show off saying, what's the state of our union? I said, look at my new logo.
as opposed to
The new American Media logo, it's an upside-down flag showing a nation in distress because we are being invaded. It's dire. I think
I live in Denver.
You're in Denver?
I live in the Denver area, right? And the city of Denver is closing their libraries, and they're reducing the hours at the DMVs, and they're pulling back all kinds of city services so that they can house migrants.
As opposed to the State of the Union.
Why?
Migrants.
Who's paying for this and why? What is the benefit to someone that doesn't speak our language, hasn't been to see if they're bringing in whooping cough or COVID?
Never contributed anything. Yeah, never contributed anything.
Promised to contribute anything.
Yeah.
Who's paying this and what? It's just to restock the blue cities that hemorrhaged people during COVID and keep congressional representation. That's really worth selling out your country for? Is there more to it? Other people have suggested that maybe there's a thing that people took that we can't talk about. By the way, go to cisa.gov/rumor control for, by the way, on countervailing view, and for WHO.int
I don't want to see this.
I
want to hear what
for
you
medical
have to say
issues.
about
Yep,
the state of the
WHO.int
union.
and CDC.gov. So if I put those out there for countervailing views, maybe I'm allowed to talk about the injection. But is it possible that they know that there's going to be repercussions for people that took them? They need to restock fish pond for the next war because the next generation isn't going to be here to reproduce. I don't know. For what reason? How does this help the country?
It doesn't.
But we are not angry at each other.
I think your feed is behind because he's up speaking already.
But this is a democracy.
Oh, yeah. I assure you, it will probably be slightly glitchy and delayed.
Is it because you're from California?
This is a moment where.
What about California?
I said, is your feed glitchy because you're from California?
No, here's where I'm from. I'm from. Let me show you this.
Nice.
But Rick, you talk about civility. Yes.
So I'm an Ohio kid who spent 15 years on the left coast.
Oh, poor bastard.
I fled.
Yeah. So he's leading off with talking about Ukraine.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, that's exactly what we should be worried about, right?
Yeah, that's great.
Sending
That's
billions to
exactly
Ukraine.
what I care about for the state of
They
our
need our money.
Right.
Statement yesterday that said MAGA supporters.
You know, and it's the same administration. By the way, you all saw that Victoria Nuland stepped down. She lost the war. The overthrow of Ukraine that she started in 2014, Biden, Burisma, all the money laundering. This is mess. He is elbows deep into this mess over here in Ukraine.
And that's been
seeing how they are they're taking 40, 50, and 60 years in Ukraine, kidnapping them, forcing them into service, and putting them into a meat grinder to get sent home in big bags of pieces. I mean, it's the most disgusting shit you can imagine. I want nothing to do with Ukraine. I want nothing to do with this war. But these people are obsessed with it. And it's just, it's so gross. Anybody that can't get, Trump said grab him by the, Trump this and that. Oh, he's so crass. He did this. He swore. Oh, I bet he's something with business. You know what? He's the only president of my lifetime didn't drag us into an unnecessary foreign conflict. And I appreciate it. I would love to hear a rebuttal from an honest Democrat, but that's like saying jumbo shrimp, I suppose.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah.
All right. This clown's getting ready here. Maybe I should bring up his volume. I don't know. Let's see. This clown's getting ready here. Maybe I should bring up his volume. All right.
There's President Biden giving 2 manila envelopes.
My name's Joe Biden, and I didn't change my depends.
I call him Dementia Joe.
All right, here he goes. We got to try to be quiet to hear this bumbling fool. I'll turn him up a little. If it doesn't glitch the feed too much. An insurance policy having Kamala Harris behind you.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, my God. I guess we're stuck with him. We can't go to her.
Well, at least he'll get a blowjob after this.
Several. Wasn't she Montel Williams at Feast for a while? That's how she got her start?
Yeah.
Not Montel Jordan, Montel Williams. All these Montel. All right, Biden, get to it. Imagine clapping for this. I just...
Isn't that silly?
On The Simpsons, Aerosmith comes out and goes, "Hello, St. Louis." It's Springfield. All right, whatever. Are you ready to rock? I would love for him to start with something completely backwards.
Are smart. I go home now.
If I were smart, I'd go home now. Yeah, you got to end on a high note. Oh, good Lord. But the feed's just going to... That is hilarious. I think the networks agreed. If I was smart, I'd go home now. By the way, the feed has shut down. All right, I guess let me take it off of Newsmax. Let me just try to, I guess, go to Fox. I hate Fox. I don't want to give them any viewership.
Let's be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended.
The threat to democracy coming from the party that tried to have people removed from the ballot, because that's democracy.
Democrats always project what they are and what they're doing onto other people.
Yeah,
that's what.
Oh
yeah.
Threat to democracy. I mean, all these attorney generals across the country, New York. I mean, DC's on its way, and Fannie Willis is getting hers. That's pretty nice. Yeah, let me try ABC, I guess. See if we can get this feed back up.
Respect free and fair elections. Restore trust in our institutions.
Yeah, free and fair elections is what he's talking about. Yeah, sure.
As long as you vote Democrat.
As long as you vote, as long as you vote for Democrats, then it's free and fair.
How free and fair did 2020 feel when 6 states magically paused?
Yeah. Well, that's why they want all the immigrants. In the census, they count illegal immigrants. They don't just count citizens, right? And if they can get more seats in blue territory,
I ask all of you, without regard to party, to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office, defending against all threats, foreign and domestic.
You are the domestic threat, pal.
Respect free and fair, restore trust in our institutions, and make clear political violence has absolutely no place. No place in America. Zero place.
0 place, unless you with Black Lives Matter throughout the entire summer of love and 2020. In case we set up bail funds to get you out because they are the brown shirts that we need on the ground.
Chaos. History is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History's watching another assault on freedom. Joining us late is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child. But the Alabama court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened unless Congress acts. It could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to AVF. Guarantee it nationwide.
Yeah, this is our most pressing issue, by the way. Here's something that literally impacts 17 people. I'm going to lead with that.
Like most Americans, I believe Wade got it right.
What did?
I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader defending reproductive freedom.
An incredible
so
leader.
much more.
Isn't this where our borders are?
Right. Thank you. My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. He was overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that is resulted. The wife and mother from Dallas. She's been pregnant again and had a fetus with a fatal condition. Her doctor told her that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well. But it's happening in two. There are state laws banning them to choose, advising doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising a national ban on reproductive. What freedom else would take away? Look,
what a bad
it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following.
Someone told me today
respect,
that he
justices,
cut foreign
women are not without electoral power.
Only the countries,
only the
countries that do not support abortion.
You know, if we're missing so many people in the country that we have to bring in 20 million illegals, maybe we should try not killing the kids that are being created in our country and keep American kids safe. Is that such a far-out concept? Maybe stop killing our own, then we won't need to import others? Language and can't work here legally?
Well,
no clue.
Him and
but they found out
Bill Gates
when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020,
lower class,
and we'll win again in 24.
The worthless eaters, the worthless breathers.
Yeah.
Well, they say America's just a free-range tax farm.
It supports the right to choose. I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade and all of the land again.
We love killing our own kids so much. Like, imagine this is like the #1 issue in your life.
Yeah.
America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we come.
This is a more fired-up Biden. He must have done a couple of bumps
before
back
office.
there.
I want to know what they pumped him up with.
Pandemic, and economic crisis of the century. Remember the fear?
Yeah, more than a cappuccino.
Record losses. Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives of loved ones, millions left behind. A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, the most basic duty that he owes American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable. I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news, but news in 1,000 cities and towns, the American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told.
That line was stupid. Yeah, it was the blue cities and the blue states that went completely tyrannical during COVID. Trump never foretook a jab.
America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities. An economy from the middle bottom up, not the top down. Investing in all America, in all Americans, to make sure everyone has a no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls us. The vaccine that saved us from COVID are turning setback into comeback. That's what America does. That's what America does.
Yeah, that's what saves us.
Brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years. A record. A record.
What's fuzzy math? Coming back from COVID after you shut everything down? You're Gavin Newsom states. You're Gretchen Whitmer's, all your terrible
record
blue
16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a literal act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian American, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting.
For white. He doesn't care about us.
Nope.
Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are. We will.
This is WWE Biden. Today. He's like yelling.
More health insurance today than ever before. The racial gap is the smallest it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up. Inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world, and tending lower.
But we kept all of that inflation in place. It just hasn't gone up as fast.
And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Right here in America, where they belong.
Yes, I will give you a ride, but you need to go do this.
And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy America. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund helping build American roads, bridges, and highways.
How about build the American wall?
American products and built by American
workers. The American wall, no.
Yes.
You let the steel rust and sold it for 10 cents on the dollar.
Good paying American jobs.
You bum. That's the infrastructure we poorly.
I
got to take off my shoes at the airport. With 20 million people
investing more in research and development than ever before.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
Unreal.
Of semiconductors, chips that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating 10,000
train got
jobs.
A little wobbly there on that
Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree.
They can't get the shit from China.
In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investment in energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America.
Gardening, landscaping.
And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you have strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I like it.
Yeah, we're $35 trillion in debt, by the way. We're adding $1 trillion, what, every month
just let
now?
me know. Modernize our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems.
And walls.
Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child drink clean water without risk of brain damage.
Oh, unless you're in East Penn, Ohio, of course, or Flint, Michigan. Don't fix that stuff.
Providing affordable, affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live, urban, suburban, or rural communities, in red states and blue states. Record investments in these. Because of my investment in the family farm.
Johnson isn't buying this.
Because I and family farm is led by my Secretary of Agriculture and knows more about this than anybody I know. We're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. What? The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods.
Is this the electric vehicle pusher?
Then I was elected to office and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies known unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, a new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same.
Yeah. Would you drive an all-electric car?
Instead of your town being left behind, your community is
I don't have
moving
a
forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs in the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America.
I have no way to charge an electric car.
I could never trust not being stranded.
Yeah, I can't do it.
Here tonight,
if you want to drive more than
is UAW President Sean, a great friend and a great labor leader. Sean, where are you? Stand up.
I mean, maybe he's a grocery getter as a third vehicle, like a go-kart, like a glorified go-kart. Like, all right,
And Dawn.
Yeah.
And Dawn Sims, generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Yeah. Sean, to be the first president to stand on the picket line. Today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, her family, and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country. Unions built the middle class.
Wall Street aren't bad guys. That was an interesting hedge.
Yeah.
It's like he aimed Bernie Sanders and he veered over toward Thomas Hanks.
I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going.
Yeah, we got WWE Biden.
That's America.
Right.
Methamphetamines, cocaine.
That's you.
We get back up like Biden falling down the stairs of the Air Force One.
Because of you, America's our future is bright. It's because of you that tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger.
I thought I was hearing bullshit.
Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities
I was hoping
that we
they
can
would
build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over.
Let's give her a shot. We'll
and
see.
The biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the states combined. And I've represented it for 30 years. I'm not anti-corporation. But I grew up in a home where trickle-down ain't much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I determined to turn things around so middle class does well. When they do well, the poor go way up and the wealthy still do very well.
You want to talk about putting food on your table?
And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing.
Paying you, you money laundering.
Americans pay more for prescriptions than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it. For the law that I proposed and signed, not one of your Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs to make. They only month now and still make a profit. And I want to.
Wasn't this thing something Trump did?
I want to cap the cost of this at $35 a month for every American in Egypt. Everyone.
Not to mention that it was Obamacare that
for years. People have talked about it, but finally we got it done and gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices of prescription drugs, just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money. I mean taxpayers' money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion.
Burning with a mask. Wow. Still wearing a mask.
Because Medicare...
What performative art is that?
Yeah,
right? It doesn't do anything.
This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare power to negotiate lower prices, 500 different
maybe that's it, yeah.
over the next decade.
What's performance art?
They're making a lot of money, guys.
All right, Sal, if you're watching, try that link
still
one
be
more time.
extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year, even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000.
Close to impossible.
I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone.
For me to listen to this guy talk money,
folks.
Yeah.
As we've hit $35 trillion, and we're involved in the Gaza Strip, we're involved.
We get in trouble for
Ukraine,
saying that they want to gain Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin,
Taiwan, Hong Kong,
Moscow. I mean, excuse me, and even Moscow probably.
Cartel activity.
And bring a prescription with you, and I promise you, I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks, the Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, is still a big deal.
Wah, wah. Hey, remember that time when I said this is a big effing deal? I'm going to do a callback on that. Here, look at me, that's so funny.
Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. But my predecessor,
that pre-existing condition he tried to say?
And many in this chamber want to take this prescription drug away by repealing Affordable Care Act.
Yeah, by the way, I lost my doctor, I lost my health insurance.
I'm not going to let that happen.
So, you lied to me about what that was. Too.
We stopped you 50 times before we will stop you again. In fact, I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. We enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce health care costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent.
Yeah, Democrats are the party of tax cuts.
Right.
Sure.
To state the obvious, women are half our population, but research on women's health is always underfunded. Led by Jill, doing an incredible job as First Lady.
No. That's Dr. Jill to you.
Yeah.
What do you look at to call her Dr. Jill?
Pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research, benefit millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. If inflation is coming down, mortgage rates will come down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that. But I'm not waiting. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space.
What is that? That was weirdly phrased.
Yeah, $400 isn't going to do it. That's my situation.
Tax credit for people that don't have a home?
Right. Like I've got a comment. I want to get a job.
You're not in.
There's also eliminating title insurance on federally backed mortgages. When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence. For millions of renters, we're cracking on big landlords who use antitrust law, using fake antitrust
landlords
by price fixing and driving up rents. We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing.
That was why I left California.
A record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide.
I want to leave Colorado.
Hard to say tenants house they don't pay.
Now pass
I have
bill
one place
and renovate
I can't collect rent.
2
I go
million
under.
affordable homes and bring those rents down.
There's a free market that determines it.
To remain the strongest economy and the best education system in the world. And I, like I suspect all of you, want to give every child, a good start by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. You know, I think I pointed out last year, that children coming from homes where there's no books, not read to, no can do very often. School, kindergarten or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2- and 4-year degree, no matter what their background is.
It's the parents' job to educate their kids. These indoctrination camps are crap.
They want the groomer to have a go with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry. I think, well, they were disgusting.
Remember, black kids.
I wanted to spend money on it. I pointed out to them as vice president. I met with over 182 of those folks. Don't hold me to the exact number. And most the CEOs. And you've had the same experience on both sides, though. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them. And I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce to the enterprise. But none of you do that
illegal
anymore.
invaders?
Why are you angry with me
workforce?
providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world?
Fucking mind to tell me this.
And they all looked at me and
an
said,
improved,
I think you're right.
educated workforce when we're bringing in people that
I
don't
want to
know the
expand
language.
high-quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade.
Deflection, division, gaslight.
Every child learns to read by 3rd grade.
I'm also connecting local businesses and high schools so students get hands-on experience and a path to good-paying job, whether or not they go to college. And I want to make sure the college is more affordable.
College is
Let's
the biggest
continue
scam on
increasing the
earth.
Pell Grants to working and middle-class families and increase record investments in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, including Hispanic institutions.
Anything about white institutions? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's always
I was told
pandering.
I couldn't universally just change the way in which we dealt with student loans. I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed to reduce the burden of student debt for nearly 4 million Americans, including nurses,
We're not paying for your
firefighters,
indoctrination.
and
Want to
others
know
in
how to
public
reduce
service.
student debt? Take the fucking federal government out of it.
Like Keenan
Yes.
Jones, a public educator from Minnesota, who's here with us tonight. Keenan, where are you? Keenan, thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college.
You get indoctrinated by purple-haired radicals who hate America, hate you, hate reality.
Such relief is good for the economy
Yeah,
because
we're
folks are now
pay
able
off
to
his
buy a
student
home, start a business, start a family. While we're at it, I give public school teachers a raise.
You also want to give public school?
Yeah, he wants to raise taxes.
Oh, it's the
That's
magic
exactly
money.
it.
By the way, the couple years we cut the deficit. Now, let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans. I've been delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways. We've already cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion. Bipartisan deal. To cut another $1 trillion in the next decade.
Here's the tax
It's mine to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share.
What about Biden's 36 tax companies? What about his 43 companies? Are they paying their fair
I'm
share?
a capitalist.
Hunter's artwork, is he really
You want to
paying his
make
fair
or
share?
making her millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes.
What is that fair share, by the
Want
way?
to pay their fair share?
A fair tax code is how we invest things to make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal.
Yeah, here's the deal. Your money
Last
laundering and
administration enacted
Burisma
a $2 trillion
in
tax
Ukraine.
cut.
And you're full
Overwhelmingly
of shit.
benefits the topping 1%, the very wealthy, the biggest corp,
You're
and
the very wealthy. You're
exploded
the top
the federal
1%.
deficit. They add more to the national debt than any presidential term in American history. Check the numbers. Folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair? Do you really think the wealthy and big corporations need another
No, I think
$2
that when I
trillion
make more
tax
money, I
break?
shouldn't be taxed more money.
I sure
Like,
don't.
when I work my butt off
I'm
and
going to
make
keep
more,
fighting like hell to
they
make it
shouldn't
fair.
steal
Under
more
my
from me
plan,
just 'cause I work my butt off.
nobody earning less than $400,000 will pay an additional penny in federal taxes. Nobody, not one penny.
I'm sorry. We were talking over it. Did he just say he wants to repeal the Federal Reserve
fact,
and the income tax?
The
Well, no, that's wrong.
tax credit I passed during the pandemic
that would
cut
work,
taxes for millions of working families
That's a policy
and
that
cut
would really
child
work.
poverty in half.
Yeah.
Restore that child credit.
For the
No
what?
child should go hungry in this country.
Oh, this is
The way
such
to
dribble.
make the
Such
tax
aberration.
code fair. Big corporations, the very wealthy, began to pay their fair share.
Oh, your corporation.
Remember in 2020,
You and your brother
55 of the biggest
And your
companies
son?
in America made $40 billion
and your grandkid who
and paid
pays you
zero
tax?
in federal income tax. Zero. Not anymore.
How much did James
Thanks
Biden
to the law I
pay?
wrote and we signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%.
I think Hunter
But that's
Biden is a
still
big company.
Then working people paying federal taxes. It's
much
time
did
to raise
Burisma
corporate
pay?
minimum tax to at least 21%.
Yeah, that's how you
So
spur growth.
every big corporation finally begins to pay their fair share. I also want to end tax break for big pharma, big oil, private jets, massive executive pay when it's only supposed to be $1 million to be deducted. They can $20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million. End it now. You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America.
He starts tripping
You know what
over
the
his
average
words,
federal
and
tax is
it
for those
faster.
billionaires?
You don't even know the end of the sentence.
No.
It's there.
They're making great sacrifices, 8.2%. That's far less than the vast majority of Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower federal tax rate than a teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse. I propose
How about just eliminate the income
minimum
tax?
tax would raise at 25%, just 25%. You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years. I don't know what that could do for
Send
America.
over to Ukraine.
Imagine the future with affordable child care. Millions of families can get and work to help grow the economy.
You know what it would raise? A lot of eyebrows.
Because no one should have to choose between working and taking care of their sick family members.
Put on some more money. That's fine. Put on more
Imagine the
money.
future of home care,
Put it on the
and
tab.
elder care, and people living with disabilities, so they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally get the pay they deserve. Tonight, let's all agree once again to stand up for seniors. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle want to put Social Security on the chopping block. If anyone here tries Social Security, Medicare, or raise the retirement, I will stop you.
Ooh, that's Dark Brandon. Ooh, look at Dark Brandon.
The working people who built this country.
I hate this guy.
More into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair. 2 ways to go. Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. That's the proposal.
Yes.
Oh, no. You guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was. Well, that's good to hear. You're not going to cut another $2 trillion for the super wealth. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share.
This fair share line is so played out. What is that number? What is that fair share?
What does that even mean? Right? Yeah.
How much is
that means that it just means that they're going to try to steal more from me
corporations.
as I get,
yeah.
as I gain more money in my career.
More and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations engaged in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to health care to housing. And snack companies think you won't notice.
He's really doing this
bag
again.
And put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag.
All the snack companies, all goddamn
color, dude.
It's called inflation. Pass Bob Casey's bill and stop this.
He's really going out with the potato chips. It's because there's a price point people will pay at the checkout. So it's great to keep it at $1. More.
Probably all Snickers bars. And you get charged the same amount, and you got about, I don't know, 10% Snickers in it.
Oh, the medicine's working.
I'm also getting rid of junk fees. Hidden fees. At the end of your bill, they're there without your knowledge. My administration announced we're cutting credit card fees from $32 to $2.
Hey, guess what happened? You have the power over that.
Banks and credit card companies are allowed
they will pass
to charge,
the fees
but it costs
along
them to instigate the collection. And that's
not
more,
gonna
a
lose.
Lot, like $8 and 30-some dollars.
So if you pay on time, you're going to be
credit card companies don't like it.
You'll pay for the people.
But I'm saving American families.
Well, the only thing left they had to throw in is the booker.
Folks at home,
yeah, they'll never decrease that line item in the budget.
That's why the banks are so mad. It's $20 billion of profit. I'm not stopping there. My administration proposed rules to make cable, travel, utilities, and online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front, so there are no surprises. It matters. It matters.
Has he discussed the border a single time? You're talking about potato
in November,
and
my team began
fees? Are you fucking
negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a
these are the hot topics.
The set of border security reform we've ever seen.
These are the not topics.
Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill.
You don't like that, huh?
I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill will hire 1,500 more security, more immigration judges, help tackle a backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of Sears now.
How about no?
How about they stay outside the U.S. until they get to where they can come in?
100 more high-tech drug increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing children.
Did he really back-to-back immigration policy with fentanyl and not notice? And he's losing this?
They'll also give me and any new president
the gaslighting
new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of the border is over.
Oh my God, you have all of these.
The patrol unions endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is
What?
You're saying low. Look at the facts.
I'm in a cuckoo clock.
I know.
They versed all the important Trump border policies day one. Oh, this stuff.
I believe that given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate would endure as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, Politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress in the Senate to demand they block the bill. He feels political win. He viewed it as a political win for him. It's not about me. Not really.
Here's MTG.
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many thousands of people being killed by illegals?
Whoa, he actually said illegal instead of migrant?
Lost children myself.
Whoa.
They're asylum seekers.
But look, if we change the dynamic,
that's my state.
People pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing, and it's worth it taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way, knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks,
but you're not kicking anyone out.
To suggest my Republican, get this bill done. We need to act now.
I can't believe I listened to that.
So manufacture a crisis and then add the solution to it.
And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying politics and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together. But that's what he apparently here's what he will not do.
There's no bill that's getting
demonize
passed.
Immigrants saying that poison
everything Trump had in place is working in reverse.
I will not separate families.
These aren't families, they're trafficking people. They used the DNA test.
Ban people because of their faith.
DNA test ban. You're human trafficking, you
Unlike
asshole.
my predecessor staying in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. Provide a path and so much more.
Okay.
But unlike my predecessor,
the gaslighter in truth.
I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Hundreds of Americans and ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of every place, from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution, to chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from somewhere. We're all American.
No, we're not all American. If you break into a country, you're not a member of that country. You're an invader, an uninvited invader.
Look, folks. We can fight about the border, or we can.
Your proposed bill doesn't.
I'm ready to fix it.
It's a non-starter.
Send me the border bill now.
What you undid with Trump. Reverse what you did with the Trump policy. No bill, period. A non-starter.
A transformational moment in history happened 9 years ago today in Selma, Alabama. Hundreds across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan. Fundamental right to vote. They were beaten, bloody.
He's got to push race.
Our late friend and former colleague John Lewis was on that march.
Who knows?
We miss him.
Oh, you tell me, man. You're a member of the group that he's pandering directly to. Hey, you got much to stand on.
Joining us tonight. Our other marchers, both in the gallery and on the floor, including Betty Mae Fikes, known as the voice of Selma, the daughter of gospel singers and preachers. She sang songs that bloody Sunday to help shake the nation's conscience. 5 months later, the voting law.
Oh, is this where he's going to say I should be banished? Okay, that's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
You know who's another prominent member of the KKK? Robert Byrd.
They love them to help some bird.
West Virginia.
Oh, they love Robert Byrd.
But 9 years later, they're forced back in time. Voter suppression, election, unlimited dark money, extreme gerrymandering. John Lewis was a great friend to many of us here. But if you truly want to honor him and all the heroes who marched with him, then it's time to do more than talk. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act. John Lewis Voting Right Act.
The Freedom to Vote Act. He's going to do away with voter ID.
Stop! Stop
Makes
denying
sense.
another core value of America. Our diversity across America. Banning books. It's wrong. Instead of
Banning
erasing history, let's make it.
pornography to children is
I
very
want to
correct.
protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans, I have your back. Pass the PRO Act, the workers' rights.
We really did get WWE Biden. He
Raise
definitely
the
took a few
federal
bumps of
minimum
punishment.
wage. Because every worker has a right to a decent living more than $7 an hour. We're also making history by confronting the climate crisis, not denying it.
There's no such thing.
I don't think any of you think there's no longer a climate crisis. At least I hope you don't.
Not the way you're selling it. Not the way you're selling
I'm taking it
Oh, here we go.
to the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030, creating tens of thousands of clean energy like the IBW work is building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations.
I thought there was supposed to be zero
Conserving
emissions by
30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And taking action on environmental justice fence line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution.
Like East
And
Palestine.
after the Peace Corps and America Corps, I launched
What about Hawaii?
the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work at the forefront of our clean energy future.
Do you want to know how to cut climate?
To state the obvious, all Americans deserve the freedom to be safe. And America is safer today than when I took office.
Holy
The
shit!
year before I took
He didn't
office,
just
pollution
say that.
had 30%.
You fucking
30% they went up.
You fucking liar!
The biggest increase in history.
Fuck
It
you.
was then.
Who's
There's no American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against, I might add. We made the largest investment in safety ever. Decrease
Why
in
do I
history.
do this to myself?
Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more than 50 years. But we have more to do. We have to help cities invest in more community police officers.
Oh my
more
God,
mental health
shut up!
workers,
That
more
is
community
not an
violence
answer to
intervention.
anything.
Give communities the tool to crack out gun crime, retail crime, and carjacking.
Second Amendment, asshole.
Keep
I
building
want to
trust
protect
and doing
myself
by
against
taking
this
executive
fucking
action on police reform, calling for it to be the law of land, directing my cabinet to review the federal classification of marijuana and expunging thousands of convictions for the mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply or have it on their record.
All right, let's just decriminalize that federally already and move
Take
on.
on crime,
Tax it.
domestic
The
violence.
cartels a little bit.
Of the Violence Against Women
It's
Act
right on
that I
that.
proudly wrote when I was a senator. So we can finally against women in America. What other kinds of violence I want to stop? With us tonight
scourging women
is Jasmine. His 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered with classmates and teachers in elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Very soon after that happened, Jill and I we spent hours and hours with each of the families. We heard their message. So everyone in this room, this chamber, could hear the same message.
Were you checking your watch?
The constant refrain, and I was there for hours meeting with every family. He said, do something. Do something. He did do something by establishing the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House at the Vice President's charge. Thank you for doing it.
Yeah, let's eliminate that day one. How about we just arrest violent criminals and keep them in cages? Let them out after a while. Do it again, they're done forever. You know, it used to be free strikes. It was kind of
Meanwhile, my predecessor told the NRA he had nothing on guns when he was president.
Second Amendment, pal.
After another shooting in Iowa recently, he said, when asked what to do about it, he said, just get over it.
Oh, shit.
I say, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it.
Yeah, that's a good policy for violent sociopathic murderers.
That really worked with Iran, right? When he said,
I'm proud we beat the NRA when I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress. I'm demanding a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines.
There's no such thing as an assault weapon.
Pass universal background checks.
And high-capacity magazines are exactly what you need when your home is being invaded by 4 people at
I
once.
taught the Second
Or
for 12 years.
when you need to take down a tyrannical
Violates
government.
the Second Amendment or vilifies responsible gun owners. Man, crisis abroad, including in the Middle East. I know the last 5 months have been gut-wrenching for so many people, for the Israeli people, for the Palestinian people. And this crisis began on October 7th with a massacre by a terrorist group called Hamas, as you all know. 1,200 innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And 250 hostages.
What? We have all our hostages back in.
Tonight, families whose loved ones are being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home. We also...
This should not have taken months and months. Why doesn't this story lead every day like COVID did for 2 years, 3 years?
We will also work
Americans held hostage
around the clock to bring home Evan and Paul, Americans being unjustly detained by the Russians and others around the world. Israel has the right to go.
You mean like when Ukraine killed
Hamas
journalist
had this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. But Israel has Israel has a added burden because Hamas hides and operates among the civilian population like cowards. And all the like. Responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza.
Yeah, whatever.
This war that's been over thousands of years
has taken a greater toll. This war is combined. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed. Most thousands and thousands of innocents, women and children, girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods and cities in ruins.
Is Egypt opening their border to help? Or do they not want Hamas and Hamas sympathizers?
I've been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last 6 to get all the prisoners released, to get the hostages home, and ease the intolerable and humanitarian crisis and build toward an enduring, something more enduring. The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can large shipments for shelters. No U.S. boots will be on the ground.
Oh, fuck you.
A
Nope,
temporary
we've heard this
pier
before.
will
Hell
enable
no,
a
we're
massive
not
increase
starting
in
this. Hell no.
in Gaza every day.
Nope. Nope. The fact that he had to mention that first means that's exactly what the plan is.
We just need to raise taxes to do it.
Hell no.
Israel must lead into Gaza caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, how about
They're
Egypt
announcing
must
they're
open
gonna-
their border and let all the terrorists
We're
into
going
their
to
country?
have a crossing in
Why
northern
don't you tell
Gaza.
them what?
For the leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration.
How about Iran?
Protecting saving innocent.
Right? I mean, Iran is the one that's
As we look to the
about
future,
them.
the
Why
only
doesn't
real
Iran send them
solution to the situation is a two-state solution. Time.
Two-state solution, the one that the Arab representatives have balked on
And I
every
say
single
this,
time. There is no
as a
two-state
lifelong
solution.
supporter of Israel,
Painfully
my
obvious
entire
for decades.
career, no one stronger challenge any of you here.
1948, really.
I'm the only American president of Israel in wartime.
From the river to the sea, they will not
But there
accept
is
the
no
two-state solution.
other path guarantees Israel's security and democracy. Palestinians can live in peace with peace and dignity. And there's no other path that guarantees peace between Israel and all neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, with whom I'm working. Building the Middle East also means containing the threat posed by Iran. That's why I built a coalition of more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability and defend U.S. forces in the region. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our military personnel.
Like when you freed up all those millions of dollars with Iran to fund the Houthi? Oh, you mean the other fire that you started? And now you're hanging out
I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America's falling behind. They've got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years, even when I wasn't president. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against China's unfair economic practices. We're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits.
What was he talking about?
I've revitalized our partners in the Pacific, India, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Pacific Islands. I've made sure that the most advanced American technologies can't be used in China, not allowing them to them there. Frankly,
that's hilarious.
For all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of
Party
that.
of Hillary Clinton.
I want
Party of
competition
private
with China,
servers
not
getting hacked in your
conflict.
closet.
We're in a stronger position to win the conflict of the 21st
Well,
century
that's
against China
by
than
documents you had
anyone else,
when you were a
for
senator.
that matter, than any time. Here at home,
In the Penn
I've signed
Center,
over 400
they just
bipartisan
funded that.
bills.
They could go through all of your documents
More
because you took kickbacks
Pat, my-
to sell us out.
penalties on fentanyl
I'm not going to get
trafficking.
lectured by this
You don't
guy.
want to do that, huh? Pass bipartisan privacy legislation to protect our children online.
Bipartisan. What?
Harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril. Ban AI
What the
voice
fuck?
impersonations and more. And keep our truly sacred obligation to train and equip those we send into harm's way
Banning
and
AI.
care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't.
You mean like in Afghanistan when you pulled out without having a plan in place other than arming the bad guys? Oh, that kind
That's
of plan.
why
We trust you with
the
Afghanistan.
song support
Tell us
of
more.
Dennis and the VA.
So,
I signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins. who now are battling more than 100 different cancers. Many of them don't come home, but we owe them and their families support.
I really do get
annoyed. We owe
with
it to ourselves to keep supporting our new health research agency called ARPA-H, and remind cancer as we know it, and we will. Let me close with this. Yeah.
And I want recess to be 4 hours long.
Please do.
Last president. All day recess.
I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsay, but I got to say a few more things. I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while. When you get to
I would expect
things become clearer than ever.
Oh, Lindsey Graham.
I know the American story. Again and again, I've seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation. Between those who want to pull America back to the past, those who want to move America into the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace freedom and democracy, a future based on core values that have defined America: honesty, decency, dignity, equality, respect everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe harbor.
Look how after they couldn't shower.
Well, other people my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution.
Oh, it's coming.
That's not me. I was born in mid-World War II when America stood for the freedom of the world. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working-class people who built this country.
And now I
watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career in service.
Almost.
I left the law firm and became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only area occupied by the National Guard after Dr. King was assassinated because of the riots.
Is he occupied with the National Guard right now?
I became a county councilor.
Didn't he vote against desegregation?
I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29. Then vice president, or our first black president. Now president to the first women vice president.
My insurance policy, would you please rise? Thank you, insurance policy. On South Park, they call her token.
In my career, I've been told I was too young. By the way, they didn't let me on the Senate elevators for votes sometimes. Not a joke. And I've been told I'm too old.
I think that was him going off script.
Whether young or old, I've always known what endures. Young or old, I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star.
What?
The very idea of America is we're all created equal. It deserves to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now.
North Star, Nordstrom.
I'm optimistic.
Like he won't walk away with the war
with
Russia. We have no business doing it. He won't walk away from that. That is my North Star.
My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation isn't how old we are. It's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas.
Oh, they're coming.
But you can't lead America with ancient ideas and only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away.
Yeah.
Trying to bankrupt
I see a future where the middle class finally has a fair shot, and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes. I see a future where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence.
All-day recess.
Above all,
elect me, class president.
I see a future for all Americans. I see a country for all Americans.
Conservatives,
I'll always be president for all Americans because I believe in America.
Veterans.
I believe in you, the American people.
Americans.
You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now. So let's build the future together. Let's United States of America. And there's nothing in our capacity when we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right.
1 hour,
I'm
7 minutes
surprised
long. President Biden speaking before a joint session of
Democrats hate
Congress, shaking the Vice
Let
President's
me
hand. Speaker
this
Mike Johnson as well. A lot at stake going into this evening. This is probably the largest, if not one of those that President Biden will have before the election come November. Came right out of the gate.
And it's the largest audience he's ever had when he wasn't running a campaign that led to him becoming the most popular person in American presidential history. Okay, go. I don't know who had a point. Who wanted to make a few comments? Start. Just somebody. The new guy, Sal. Start with you.
I have nothing to say. This is unbelievable. I never heard so much bullshit ever in my whole entire life. This is crazy. I don't. It's just like maybe they had topics for him to go over and things of that nature, but he was like, "Fuck this! I'm just gonna talk. I'm gonna eliminate cancer." I'm like, what?
Now, to be fair, I feel like I've heard Trump pull that line before, but it's like, I want candy every day in homeroom. I want all day recess. It's like, you eat things that are just, it's just pablum. It's just such nothingness.
So you'll have 4 more years to make all this shit come true. It's like, what?
I assure you, vote for me and that will happen. David, what say you?
The biggest load of bullshit I've heard in a while. I mean, I've heard Bill Clinton speak, and that takes the cake.
Willie.
I'm really surprised that he said we're the United States of America as much as Democrats hate this damn country.
Right.
Oh, that's a great point too.
Yeah.
The teachers who he wants to give free college to indoctrinate your kids and warp their brains a little bit more, make them filled with self-loathing and self-hatred. I mean, these are indoctrination camps. Like you said, it's not because they like the ideals of America. It's because they want to implode the values of this.
Yep.
There's old ideas and then there's new ideas. He was framing it old versus new. Hilariously, because he's an old Weekend at Bernie's in the flesh.
But last time he ran on the fact that they were getting rid of student loan debt, and now he's doing it again.
Yeah,
when it's already been proven that he doesn't have that damn power.
Yeah,
let's get rid of cancer all day recess.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
sounds good.
Oh yeah. Same,
with no plan. There's never a plan put in place.
Yep.
Right. It's the carrot at the end of the stick. We're just going to keep it there. And we think that our supporters are dumb enough to be, okay, if I just chase this stick, that'll help me personally. So I don't care about the other common sense reasons that you should be in jail. I guess I'll vote for you again. And those people are there. But my God, I feel like so many of them have left. But us subsidizing 4 years of radical communist Marxist indoctrination camps called college, where they get out with a lack of skill set, expecting to run the company, nothing, fragile beyond belief. And now they have this thing where they want to go into companies and just turn into a microaggression. Nobody wants to work with these people. Nobody wants to hire them. Nobody wants. These are not good ideas that we need to replicate. I love the concept of college, but if it's not Hillsdale, by the way, they're not a sponsor yet, but they could be. I mean, if it's not a decent college, if it's anything other than the radical Marxist, indoctrination camps, I'm all for it. But these days, I would encourage everybody, avoid that debt trap, because it's the only debt that will follow you after foreclosure. Don't go $200,000 in debt to come out with a gender studies degree. What are you going to do? Be an electrician, be a plumber, be a mechanic that has some sort of tangible skill. That's what I would encourage people to do. And I actually
leisure studies. Leisure studies is one. I went to college with a rich kid. Leisure studies is what he got a degree in.
Leisure
what is
studies.
It?
What the fuck?
Leisure studies. What a science degree.
A real thing.
Some leisure studies.
Leisure studies.
There was an Ohio State. There was an Ohio State linebacker. I remember they made a big deal out of it because he took basket weaving. I don't know if it was Andy
Casamora. Yes, Casamora. I remember that.
The big cat. Oh, he was good.
Big cat.
All those linebackers, Spielman down. Well, leisure studies. Look, I mean, everybody wants to take a vacation. I know the entertainment, travel industry is huge, but really, be something of value. Okay, over to you, Brian. What are some of your takeaways from this train wreck?
Just the massive hypocrisy of this guy, right? Like talking about like, oh, we got to protect women's rights to abortion, while then talking about taking away my right to own an AR. Like, come on. You don't care about our rights. You don't care about our rights. You just care about your agenda. Like that's it.
Oh yeah.
And like talk about taxing businesses like at 50%, not realizing that, hey, guess who's going to pay that? The consumers are going to pay that, and their employees are going to pay for it in not getting their raises and not getting their advancement opportunities.
Yep.
So late fees are going to go from $28 to $8. Well, they're going to make up their money somehow. Higher percent. You're going to have to pay to have your credit card. And I'll tell you what, more companies, if you haven't noticed this, by the way, here's my shrinkflation moment. But you know what? I am kind of annoyed by this. There have been multiple occasions. Raise your hand if during your entire life this never happened, but in the past few months, past 6 months to a year, you've experienced it at least once. Raise your hand if this has happened. Prior to the past year, you would go to a store, whatever it is, restaurant, for example, and you get breakfast and it's $38 and you give them a credit card. Now they're adding the service fee back to you for you to pay for the privilege of paying with your card. Has that happened to anybody else? But it never did up until 6 months ago, 12 months ago.
Yep. The restaurant that my son liked to go to is one restaurant called RJ Cricket. They charge you a 10% fee if you stay there, and they charge you an 8% fee of whatever you order if you leave with food. I'm gonna take a picture of it so I can show it to you. It's a sign that says that. It's mind blowing. It makes we might as well eat at home if we're gonna do this shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, from a business perspective, right? Like you're crunched, right? You've got this the massive inflation that we've been dealing with. You've got the massive pay, salaries that are going up. I mean, when you've got to pay like the guy flipping burgers $20 an hour, you can't sell a hamburger now for $5 or $10. You got to sell that burger now for $20 just to pay that guy. Right.
How about if you're trying to sell a hamburger in Oakland, California?
Holy shit, man.
You're In-N-Out Burger, and all of your employees are getting their cars broken into in the parking lot. There's fights and theft on the inside. People are unsafe down.
Yeah.
You know why Oakland lost their baseball team, the Athletic? Do you know why they lost the Golden State Warriors to San Francisco? Do you know why the Raiders left? Have you ever been to Jokeland? I call it Jokeland.
Right.
It is a scary ass place, and it's bad
because
idea.
Jose Canseco left?
Huh?
I said, is it because Jose Canseco left?
Yeah, when the Bash brothers were separated, that was the peak of Oakland. Actually, you know what? With MC Hammer, Jose Canseco, Mark McGuire in the late 80s, early 90s, that was the absolute peak of Oakland.
Yeah.
And it's been downhill ever since. Wow. I've never really thought about that. Back to something you said, Brian. You were talking about the right to kill your child versus the right to have self-defense.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and if we want to get into this issue, and I touch and go, because there's a million things to cover, but the First Amendment, you know, I don't know. When you go to the founding documents, take the amendments away for a second. At the very beginning, it's life, liberty, and property. Then they amended it to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those were the two drafts that we had.
Yep.
Life being the first thing supposed to be protected by this government. You know, say what you will about abortion, and everybody has their opinions, and you know, all of them are kind of equally valid. I wish the Republicans would actually stay out of it and just take a libertarian stance, but kind of
100%.
have. They kind of
100%.
have by letting the Supreme Court kick it to the states. And it's like, if you want to do this in your state, you do it in your state. This is never a national issue. But, you know, Biden came out leading with, well, look, there's someone in Alabama in vitro and something about how they're changing their laws in the first couple months after this, you know, in vitro risk. Oh, and there's somebody in Texas with a thing. It's like, yes, just like every abortion argument ever. Well, what about incest?
Right.
What about rape? What about incest? What about rape? And you're like, well, number one, incest is rape because you can't consent, and you know, especially if it's a minor, and so like that is rape. It's kind of redundant to say incest and rape. By the way, this is Nimbus. If you see him, camera, let him say hi. Where's he at? There he is. He's rubbing on the microphone. It's kind of funny.
Meet Astrid, I guess, right there.
Anyway, you know, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's just that's the first thing you're supposed to protect. And yeah, we want you to have autonomy over your body, except we're going to kick you out of the military unless you take this experimental medication.
Yeah, that's right.
You're not going to be able to work in government unless you take this experimental mRNA vaccine. You know, you're not even supposed to be able to talk about this subject. By the way, go to CISA.gov/rumor control for regarding elections. Go to the WHO.int and CDC.gov for all medical issues. CDC.com/thing specifically regarding vaccine-related medical political implications. Now that I've got that out there, the party of bodily autonomy pulls Weinstein. You out unless I stick this in you. That sounds kind of rapey to me. And so that's exactly who that party is. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, because I can't. Sal, you were speechless in the beginning. Has another opinion come to you? Shaking his head.
This
can't believe it.
Crazy. This is maniac shit, man. This is. But the whole thing is, for the first 4 years of you being in office, you didn't do shit, and now you expected something else, something to change. You want everybody to pay their fair share of taxes, but yet the tax codes where you were in, you voted for this shit. So it's supposed to change now that you got $100 million in your pocket because you know you didn't took money from these lobbyists and big pharma and all this other shit. This is crazy, man. This
and you know what he did? You know what he legitimately, it is a clown college at this point, a clown show.
World.
But you know what he did change? He changed all of the relevant border policies that's led to this there's no crisis at the border. This is the Biden plan. You must punish all Democrats for going along with this plan against people coming in, but you can't get into a damn nightclub without showing your ID. Like, it's a non-starter to pass comprehensive. Blah, blah. No. Just start with basic laws that are still on the. He reversed all of the relevant Trump policies to lead to this mess, and he's got the gall to. I can't believe he brought up Laken Riley. I think he called her Lincoln Riley. I've had this.
Yeah, he did.
I heard him say Lincoln Riley. Maybe he said Laken. Yeah. I think he flubbed that. But David, I know that was something. I started yelling. I can't control. Like I'm just giving you an honest reaction, and that was very subdued. That was my inner voice was yelling, which is why I try not to subject myself to this shit. But David, I think that particular part surprised you as well. What did you think about him bringing up Lake and Riley, Marjorie Taylor Greene yelling at him, that whole back and forth? Because that got dicey for a minute.
Yeah, and it was just more of his pandering, more of his bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't trust a word that comes out of his mouth. He's just trying to get votes.
I've never been. Oh, of course. I've never been gaslit like that before. I could not believe the gall on that whole run, Brian.
Yeah.
Like when I started yelling, it's you saw people were. Did it look like someone was getting escorted out of the back of the room?
Yeah, there was someone heckling him. Yeah, there was someone heckling him.
He mentioned something about veterans, and I think that's when the guy went crazy. He started yelling at him. He mentioned something about the veterans. The guy went crazy, and then they kicked him out. You know, it's crazy.
Now, Sal,
and illegal. Remember, it was illegal. That's what he said. It's illegal when things happen. You know, to fit that. Yes, it was illegal that did that. It wasn't a guy that came to a sanctuary city to when you don't vet people and you let anyone in, this is the shit that happens. People from Venezuela, the people that are killers and everything like that, MS-13 and all that other good stuff, they're coming to America.
Yep.
And we let them in, and it's the Democrats that let them in. They're going to vote Democrat. So how about we make it so that they can vote without having an ID? And then we'll set it up where it's a situation where they'll vote Democrat forever. Because they're going to outnumber the black people that's in America. They're going to outnumber us automatically because just the way it's just numbers. They're going to outnumber us automatically. So our vote is not going to count anymore. And by the time that our vote do count and we finally decide to vote Republican, it's going to be too late. It's going to be
Reminds
too late.
me of Richard Nixon.
Yeah.
In what way did you have Nixon? What did Nixon do?
Nixon was the one that is on the books as saying, "I will have those N-words voting Democrat."
No, not Nixon. It was Burr. It was Lyndon Johnson.
Lyndon Johnson. That's right.
He said that. He said that.
Right.
He said if I get white people, poor white people, to feel that they're equal to black people, it was the divine conquer concept of it all. If I can make them feel that they're better than black people, then I'll always have their vote. Yep. As long as if they feel that they're better, if I have the poorest white person feel that he's better than the smartest Negro, I'll forever have their vote. That's what he said.
Gotcha.
And that's the same concept that's going on right now. If you get it, this is going to be generational because their kids of the people that's from Ukraine and Venezuela and all these other countries that just give us these people to come into the country and we just come on in.
Yep,
that's the shit that happens. It's crazy, man. People in Chicago are going nuts. It's crazy.
Oh, Chicago, New York. Kathy Hochul just deployed the National Guard, and the part that got me angriest about the National Guard was she said they're checking for weapons. It's like, bitch, your city is out of control. It's like the Gotham. It's like out of a Batman movie. It's like all black and white. You got the criminals behind every shadow in the top. You need to have the residents armed to protect themselves against what you and your policies have allowed. We don't have to turn our guns in. We need to walk around with them. And now, what's that guy, Penny? The one that the crazy, violent guy was threatening Eddie on the train and he subdued, and the guy died. Now he's in jail.
Yeah.
The good Samaritan that protected a train full of people.
Yeah, the guy that actually, stood up and,
Yep.
We need more people armed. An armed society is a polite society.
Yeah.
This whole concept, we have a National Guard to check for weapons. Yeah, because it's like out of The Dark Knight Rises. Your city is a hellhole. because you've invited God knows who from God knows where. By the way, I think Haiti is one of the countries that's, is it Haiti that's undergoing the violent revolution?
Yes,
right
yes,
now?
yes, yes. It is. They showed this.
But it's also Burkina Faso. I think it's Haiti, Burkina Faso. You got Ukraine. You have Gaza. You have Hong Kong, Taiwan. Like, this shit is popping, not to mention Venezuela. Sorry, Sal. What were you going to say about Haiti?
No, they had this one one of these stories, feel good stories, where like this like liberal white family invited this Haitian family into their house, and like they got the lady over there, like basically the family is like their slaves. It's hilarious. It's like, yeah, she likes to cook all the time, so you know we just let her cook. The husband, he like fixing the yard up and shit. It's like, are you fucking serious? You know.
Let me add to that for a minute, okay?
Crazy.
I live in Washington, Indiana. We have a Purdue Farms factory. And when they couldn't get enough Mexicans to come over for the H-2A workers, they started importing Haitians. Crime in the town has gone up by 63%.
Yeah.
I mean, it's insane.
Wow.
Make it make sense. I have such a hard time understanding how this benefits the country. And Sal, I'm trying to remember if you and I discussed this the other night, maybe on the night show number 3, number 2. I took a tour outside of New Orleans, and we went to one of the plantations, and they described, you know, this is what it was, and this is what was happening. And they said, you know, the Civil War came, slavery came and went. And not much around here changed. You really couldn't tell a difference. So the people that were living there and working there, you know, they had some, because they did. I mean, that was your workforce. You didn't want bad things happening. There was some medical care. There was food. There was clothing. Now, there were also beatings and rapes and murders and all that stuff. Like, set that aside. But like, these people were working there, living there. Civil War came and went. They're free to do whatever they want. And most of them stayed, except what they eat for free. Now they had to pay for room and board. Now they had to pay for shoes. They had to pay for shirts. They had to pay for, you know, whatever. But they were paid just enough to keep them just as poor as before. So they were still working, $0 in their pocket. You're free. Are you, though?
Yeah.
Are you, though? Yeah. On the free-range tax farm that we call America. It's just, it's what you just said, Sal, that story sounds like something out of the Babylon. And the Babylon Bees had to even create a new site called Not the Bee, not the Babylon Bee. So many of their predictions of our stories have come true now. We listen to this lady. I think she's the Republican. Who is this lady? Let's turn her
let's listen
up for a sec. Well, let's hear what she has. Where's her name? I don't recognize her.
Katie Brett is her name. Katie Brett. She's the youngest.
I am a proud wife to 2 school-aged kids. My daughter Bennett and my son Bridgeway are why I ran.
Your son is called Bridgeway?
I'm worried about their future and the future of children in every corner of our nation.
She's trying too hard.
That's why I invited you into our home tonight.
Of the nation.
Like so many families across America, my husband Wesley and I just watched President Biden's State of the Union address from our living room.
Names.
And what we saw was the performance of a permanent politician who has actually been in office for longer than alive. One thing was quite clear, that President Biden just doesn't get it. He's out of touch. His administration, families are
her husband is Wesley Britt, a former offensive tackle for the New England Patriots.
And our country is less secure. I just understood what real families are facing around kitchen tables just like this one. Now, this is where our family has tough conversations. It's where we make hard decisions. It's where we share the good, the bad, and the ugly days. It's where we laugh together. And it's where we hold each other's hand and pray for God's guidance. And many nights, to be honest, it's where Wesley and I worry. I know we're not alone. And so tonight, the American family needs to have a tough conversation, because the truth is, we're all worried about the future of our nation. The country we know and love seems to be slipping away, and it feels like the next generation will have fewer liberties and less freedoms than we did. I worry my own may not even get a shot at living their American dreams. My American dream, the daughter of 2 small business owners from rural Enterprise, I'll be elected to the United States Senate at the age of 40. Growing up, sweeping the floor at my dad's hardware store and cleaning the bathroom at my mom's studio, I never could have imagined what my story would entail. To think about what the American dream can do across just one generation, in just one lifetime. It's truly breathtaking. But right now, the American dream has turned to a nightmare for so many families.
That's the American dream.
The true, unvarnished state of our union begins and ends with this. Families are hurting. Our country can do better. You don't have to look any further than the crisis at our southern border to see it.
Raise your hand. The border is the #1 issue right now.
The most secure border of all time. But minutes after taking office, he suspended all deportations. He halted construction of the border wall, and he announced a plan to give amnesty to millions. We know that President Biden didn't just create this border crisis. He invited it with 94 executive actions in his first 100 days.
And Mayorkas bragged about it during an MSNBC
When I took office,
interview.
I took a different approach. I traveled to the Del Rio sector of Texas. That's where I spoke to a woman who shared her story with me. She had been sex trafficked by the cartels starting at the age of 12. She told me not just that she was raped every day, but how many times a day she was raped. The cartels put her on a mattress in a shoebox of a room, and they sent men through that door over and over again for hours and hours on end. We wouldn't be okay with this happening in a third world country. This is the United States of America.
Weren't the Clintons doing that?
And it is past time, in my opinion, that we start acting like it.
The Clinton Foundation
President
and all the
Biden's
children in
border
Haiti.
policies are a disgrace. This crisis
Oakland,
is
South Africa
despicable.
too.
And the truth is, it is almost entirely preventable.
And there's more slavery in Norfolk than there's ever been.
Yeah.
I just, we're living in a cuckoo.
Murders. There are empty chairs tonight at kitchen tables, just like this one, because of President Biden's senseless border policies.
Don't call him president.
Just think about Laken Riley. In my neighboring state of Georgia, this beautiful 22-year-old nursing student went out on a jog one morning, but she never got the opportunity to return home. She was brutally murdered by one of the millions of illegal border crossers President Biden chose to release into our homeland. Y'all, as a mom, I can't quit thinking about this. I mean, this could have been my daughter. This could have been yours.
Bennett.
And tonight, President Biden finally said her name. But he refused to take responsibility for his own actions. Mr. President, enough is enough. Innocent Americans are dying, and you only have yourself to blame.
We haven't seen anything yet.
Fulfill your oath of office. Reverse your policies end this crisis and stop the suffering. Sadly,
he won't.
We know that President Biden's failures don't stop there.
Why hasn't he been impeached?
His reckless spending dug our economy into a hole and sent the cost of living through the roof.
He old as hell, man. He know everybody's secrets. That's why he ain't
in 4
impeached.
years, and the highest
He know
credit card
everybody's
debt in our
secrets, so why would they
nation's
impeach him?
history. Let that sink in. Hardworking families are struggling to make ends meet
Devil you know versus
today,
devil you don't.
and with soaring mortgage rates and sky-high
He should be the
childcare
easiest
costs,
person to beat ever.
they're also struggling to how to plan for tomorrow.
Yeah.
The American people are scraping by, while President Biden proudly proclaims that Bidenomics is working.
I think that just must be her voice.
Bless
I don't know. It seemed like she
we
did a lot of
know better.
It is.
It's a little much.
I'll never forget stopping at a gas station in Chilton
Almost
County
sounds like
one
she's
evening.
on the verge of
The
tears.
gentleman working the counter told me that after retiring, he had to pick up a job in his
Sounds like this
70s
story
so
about a
that he
guy
didn't have
retiring
to
in his
choose
70s is
between
the
going
first time she
hungry
wasn't on the
or
verge
going
of tears
without
during
his
the entire.
medication. He said,
So far.
I did everything right. I did everything I was told to do. I worked hard. I saved. I was responsible. He's not alone.
But her sentences do
I
trail
hear
off
similar
into like.
concerns from fellow
Sounds
parents,
like she could
whether I
start
am
crying at any
walking
moment.
with my friends or whether I'm at my kids' games. But let's be honest, it's been a minute since Joe Biden pumped gas, ran a carpool, or even pushed a grocery cart. Meanwhile, the rest of us see our dollar.
I mean, it's pretty
and we know
forced.
it doesn't go as
I don't know,
far.
the acting,
We
I
see
don't
it every day.
That's what it is.
And despite
And I get
I
it.
don't
It's
trust
what
it.
he
Trust
tells
that we
you,
beat their ass during the war.
our communities are not safer. For years, the left has coddled criminals.
Did we give
and
up when the Germans
defunded
bombed Pearl Harbor?
police,
No.
all while letting repeat offenders walk free. The result is tragic, but foreseeable. From our small towns to America's most iconic city streets, life is getting more dangerous. And unfortunately, President Biden's weakness isn't just hurting families here at home. He is making us a punchline on the world stage. Look, where I'm from, your word is your bond. But for 3 years, the president has demonstrated that America's word doesn't mean what it used to. From abandoning our allies in his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan to desperately push another dangerous deal with Iran.
Screw Biden for Afghanistan.
President Biden has failed.
Yep.
Real.
We've become a nation in
Left weapons. They left weapons and vehicles there,
freedom,
and didn't have a fucking plan at all.
Opportunity.
But that was their plan.
Putin's brutal aggression in Europe has
They had
put
to
our allies on
restock
the
and
brink.
resupply the enemies. So
Iran's
they could go fight the
terrorist
enemies
proxies
and
have
fund both sides.
slaughtered Israeli
So that Boeing could get rid
and
of their
American
old
citizens.
style of missiles and weapons.
They've
and
targeted commercial shipping. And they've attacked our troops.
I was in Iraq when they built everything up.
Killing 3 U.S. soldiers and 2 Navy SEALs. Meanwhile,
and to just
the Chinese
abandon the
Communist
airfield,
Party
abandon everything.
is undercutting
I
America's
was at Baghdad International
China is
Airport. They
buying
built
up our
that place
farmland,
back up.
spying on our military
build up
installations,
that place. It
and
was
spreading
amazing.
propaganda through the
They
likes
built
of
us a
TikTok.
base that was right next to the
You
airport.
see, the CCP knows that if it conquers the minds of our next generation, it conquers America.
Well, that's what the Democrats did with the schools.
President Biden do?
And the media. The Mockingbird
he bans
media.
TikTok
The
for
CIA
government
media.
employees, but creates an account for his
Yeah, but
campaign.
tell me why the FBI and CIA
you
running
can't make this
Facebook
stuff
is
up.
different than the CCP running TikTok.
We
Yeah, no
all
kidding,
recall
I mean, we're
presidents
getting shit from both sides. I just
faced
want to know what's
national
really going
security
on.
threat strength
Right.
and resolve.
Tell me who's trying
That
to pull me in a certain
seems
direction.
like
I know your
ancient
agenda. I know your agenda.
Yes.
Now, our commander-in-chief is not in command. The free world deserves better
Is he
than a
incompetent
dithering and
or is
diminished
he
leader.
a traitor?
America deserves leaders who recognize
The latter.
that secure
The latter.
borders,
I think it's the
stable
latter.
prices, safe streets, and a strong defense
And I don't think he's running
are
things either. He's
actually
just
the
dragging along for the
cornerstones of a
agenda
great
as a traitor.
nation.
He's looking very Reaganish.
Just ask yourself,
Very Reaganish.
are you better off now than you were 3 years ago?
Are you
There's
better off now
no
than you were
doubt
4 years ago?
We're at a crossroads. And it doesn't have to be this way.
Her
We
neck
all
is
feel it. But here's the good news. We, the people, are still in the driver's seat.
She has the
We get to
strategically placed
decide whether
cross
our
right
future
here.
will grow brighter or whether we'll
Very
settle
choreographed.
for an America in decline. Well, I know which choice our children deserve.
She's not
And
a bad
I know the
spokesperson.
choice
She's
the
okay at
Republican
this.
Party is fighting for.
She's just easy on the
We are
eyes.
the
That's what makes
party
it better.
of
If she wasn't
hard
easy on the
working
eyes,
parents
here.
she's saying this. Come on, man.
I just wanted one of you degenerate
to
first.
give you and your children
Hey, you know,
opportunities to thrive.
wrong. I was gonna say.
And we want families to grow. It's why we strongly support continued
isn't that's like
nationwide
the only
access
good thing
to
about
in vitro
AOC.
fertilization. We want to
And
help
Sarah Palin. Sarah
loving
Palin
moms
was
and
Sarah
easy on the
Palin,
eyes.
same
bring
way.
precious
Yeah, Sarah
life
Palin.
into this world.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sarah Palin.
Wesley,
from
I
my-
believe
he's
there
from
is
my
no
neck of the
greater
woods.
blessing in life
Out here in
than our
Colorado.
children.
I'd fuck with Engelman
And that's
stick.
why tonight I want to make a direct appeal to the parents out there,
Who else is on the
and
political
in
Mount
particular to
Rushmore
my
of,
fellow
like,
moms.
oh,
Many of
got-
whom I know will be up,
is
tossing
Kayleigh
and turning
McEnany on the
at
list?
2
Maybe
a.m.,
4 years
That's
ago.
wondering how
Lauren
you're going
Boebert?
to be in
Who would
3
be on the
places at
list?
once, and then
AOC?
somehow still
Yeah, she would be.
we
Who
see
did I
you,
forget?
we hear you, and
Sarah
we
Palin.
stand
MTG is
with
not too
you.
bad.
I know you're
You know,
frustrated.
for a politician, you're right. For a
I know
politician,
you're probably
that's correct.
disgusted
Blonde
by
hair,
most
blue
of
eyes.
what you
It's a
see going
sliding
on in
scale. It's
Washington,
like
and I'll be really
somebody
honest
at
with
work,
you.
if they're a 6,
You're
but there's
not wrong
nobody
for
else
feeling
there,
that
they
way.
might be a 7 or an 8.
Look, I get it.
Right.
The task in front
got
of us
Jerry
isn't
over
an
here, and I
easy
got
one, but I can promise you
Randall
one
over
thing.
there.
It
you know.
is
In
worth
the
it.
military, we call them
asking you
desert
for the
queens.
sake of your kids and your
Call them desert
Desert
grandchildren,
what?
get
Desert
into
queens.
the
There
So,
we go.
arena.
and outside of the
Every
desert,
generation has
she'd be
been
like
called to
just
do
a
hard
3 or 4
things.
or 5. But she in the desert, because you're in the desert, she's a
American
10.
greatness
Desert queens.
and
That's a phrase that we use in the military for the
It's
girl.
who we are.
Yes.
Getting all this attention, and she's
Never
just
forget.
you like, you're a desert
We
queen.
are steeped in the blood of
So
patriots
since Washington, D.C.
who
is the swamp,
overthrew the most
would these be swamp
powerful
queens?
empire in
Yeah, I like it.
and
Oh
foot
my God.
pioneers who tamed the wild.
All right, gentlemen,
We don't carry
your
forward
homework,
the same
did you choose to
flame
accept it,
as
demand
the
a list
liberators of
of
an
the top
oppressed
10
Europe.
swamp queens of all
We
time.
continue to
Up
draw
to
Fantastic.
courage to
We
bend
agree to this ratio.
Queens.
Top
the
10
universe
of all time.
upon the heavens.
Would Jackie Onassis make that?
Never forget that our name contains
You see
the
in politics,
same
right? We can go back
ingenuity
forever.
that put man on the
I
moon.
mean, Melania Trump, right?
America has been tested
Yes.
every single time. We've emerged
Whoa.
unbowed and
Who else would be
unbroken.
number one?
Our history
I'd buy that
has
for a
been
dollar.
written with
Right?
the grit of
I
men
mean-
and women who
Oh, this is a
got
great
knocked
question. We have
down.
to have a big thread about
But
this.
we
It'll be-
know their stories.
Yeah.
it'll be-
Hey, Nancy
Because
Reagan.
they did not stay
Holy
down.
smokes.
We are here because
Nancy Reagan. Man.
Back in the
stood
day.
back.
I saw Nancy
Oh,
Reagan
yeah.
out at the
So
Reagan
now it's
Library
our turn.
when I was living in Los Angeles.
Our moment to
There's a
stand
big
up and
event
prove
out there.
You hear them stories about Nancy Reagan, though?
ourselves. Together, we can
Wow.
reawaken
She
the
used to get
heroic
down.
spirit of a
Yes.
great
Yes.
nation. Because America, we don't just
Kinda
have
like
one
Kamala.
road
Might be
to
good if you
destiny.
take her teeth out.
We take destiny's hand and we. Our future starts
Hey,
around
you know,
kitchen
she's part
tables,
native.
That might be it.
just
She's part
like
native,
Try to
man.
listen to
That's
the rest of it.
what got me.
with
Part
moms
native.
and dads
If she
just
could, you know,
like you.
that's that native part.
And
That
you
10%
are
native.
why I believe
Yes.
with every fiber of my being that despite the current state of our union, our best days are ahead. May God bless you.
It sounds like she's a
and
little
may God
high
continue to bless these United States of
or on the
America.
verge here. A little high or a little
And there you
on...
have it. Britt from Alabama at 42 years old, Republican elected to the Senate, giving the Republican response tonight to President Biden's State of the Union address. Kitchen there in Alabama. And I want right over to John Carl before we say goodnight here.
That
we
was
have
her
first
kitchen.
reaction in from former President Trump to President
Fine,
Biden.
let's listen real quick.
May not to you, but Donald Trump didn't like
See
the
the chick
speech.
from the
He
Hunger
reacted
Games,
by
the way she-
calling
her
it the
voice
angriest,
reflects the
least
Hunger Games.
compassionate,
Made the
and
Hunger
worst
Games.
State of the Union speech ever made.
Okay, the race is underway.
Yep.
John Carl, Mary Bruce, Lindsay Davis, Martha Raddatz, you guys so
okay.
up here, and Donna Brazil.
Trump called it the
Always
worst
great to have your
State of the Union ever, I believe is what he said.
Yeah.
Okay. What did Trump say? Is anyone on Truth Social? Did anyone see response was? Wasn't he supposed to go live during
Did
this?
they cut him off?
They had to because they wouldn't have had her. Come on now. No,
Yeah.
no disrespect. With all due respect, without disrespect, they wouldn't have had her on there. They would have put Trump on there. That's prime time. Prime time.
No, but my understanding was that Trump would do like either a live fact check of this or an instant reaction. Okay, here I got the. Let me lose this page. Here, let me close this down. Here we go.
They could have done like a better State of the Union. They could have done a better State of the Union if they let Biden make a statement and then had Trump come on immediately afterwards and said, wrong.
Not true. This is the worst.
Wrong.
Wrong.
You're fired.
You're fired.
Oh, this is a good comment right here. Thank you, Mary Smith. Hey, Mary, thanks for finding us today on, I don't know, this is usually the Agree to Disagree show. I guess it is now, and this is the new American media because the old American media failed you. Thank you. Her comment here was talking about the response from the Republican. Mary says, she sounds like a Hallmark movie. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Well said.
100%.
Well said.
Yes.
That is probably exactly how I was trying to frame that, and I couldn't figure it out.
It was.
Okay. Where's my screen share? Did I do that? Okay, I'm on Truth Social. Here we go. Now let's see what President Trump had to say. Let me just spit. Oh, guys, he been tweeting.
That's crazy.
That's awesome.
Oh, Trump, I love you. You know, the thing people don't understand about Donald Trump, they don't understand that first and foremost, aside from anything else, he's a stand-up comedian. He's a comic. He's a shit-talking comic. This is what our president just tweeted out, or put out on Truth. That's damned hilarious. Oh, God, there's sound full screen. Oh, God, it's a whole clip. Here, let me play.
Hey, how come they look like the Team America puppets?
America.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
We're going to buy America. We're going to buy America.
That is scary.
Nightmare
So trade
fuel.
rules. Buy
Nightmare
America's been the
fuel.
law since 1933. Also caps and won't go into effect in 2025.
What is happening?
By the way,
Okay.
the benefit expires in
Is
2025.
this real life?
Oh, nice.
New electrical grids will weather major storms and not prevent those forest fires.
Yo quiero open borders. is insane. It's coming from our president. Oh my God, this is absolute. Oh, Trump was on fire tonight. I wasn't even. Well, here, look. I want to see what Trump had. Oh, this is so damn good. No, this is good. It gave her chance to give the reaction speech, and Trump was doing. Oh my God, he's tweeting like every minute. Oh my God, are you seeing this? It's like one truth per minute. I want to see, but like I got to stop somewhere. Okay, let me just stop here and let's just go. Okay, Donald Trump, at Real Donald Trump on Truth Social. By the way, follow us. Gentlemen, are you on Truth Social? Do you use Truth Social?
I have not started yet, no.
Okay. I recommend you jump on. X is okay for now, but like I can only trust Elon Musk to a certain point. I mean, the way the CIA was running X to begin with and all their algorithms that are still running in the background after they redid them all, I can't trust them too much. So I recommend you get on Truth. And for everybody else out there on Truth, follow the New American Media. I think it's just the New American Media is our profile. But let's just get to some of what Donald Trump had to say in real time in response to Joe Biden, former Vice President Joe Biden. Donald Trump says, see, as he's getting ready to cough yet again into his right hand, the fake news. This is Trump's stream of consciousness. This is kind of incredible. I'm wondering, does he type this on a laptop? Is it voice to text? Is it on his cell phone? So Trump says,
on his cell phone. Yeah.
Getting ready to cough yet again into his right hand, the fake news media rushes him off the screen. Interesting. Trump says, pass the freedom to cheat in voting act, which is really what he wants. Actually, I'm going to like and share some of these, retruth them. There you go. This is a reminder that Joe Biden has been endorsed by Vladimir Putin. Yes, that's true. Vladimir Putin did say that he would prefer Joe Biden office, and that needs to be a Biden-Harris campaign ad. Trump continues, other countries are laughing at our stupidity on climate. The Green New Scam is destroying our economy and our country.
Yep.
And that's true. You know, it's one thing to say I want clean air and clean water. It's another one to completely bankrupt and destroy all of our economy and all of the world we have around us. I just want to implode it because I think I know better. Like, no, we can make improvements as we see them, and technology is going to do things that, you know, we might not see coming, but definitely make an impact. I'm not going to freak out and lose all of the gas-powered vehicles on Earth. No, thank you. That's insanity. Yeah. Trump says he's talking about violence, but migrant violence is leading to the worst crime wave in history. And I think that's really smart of Trump. He's labeled it migrant violence. So he says Biden's talking about violence, but migrant violence is leading to the worst crime wave in history. He wants to take away everyone's gun. Remember that when you go to the voting booth, because if I'm not elected, your guns are gone along with your freedom. That's a pretty good point right there. Trump says, what a contrast between Republicans and Democrats. He continues laying into Biden. He's having a hard time now. The words are not flowing smoothly out of his mouth.
He's been drinking.
And Trump is a teetotaler, right? He's never touched a drop.
Yep.
Yeah, like if this were me late night doing this, you know, Sal and I, we do late night shows and sip on some bourbon from time to time. But yeah, Trump's he's just got his shit tweeting thumbs out, and he's texting like crazy. Here we go. Here's another one about Crooked Joe is selling you out. He's selling you out to China, and he's selling you out to the environmental extremists on the radical left. Of course, that is a huge part of the Green New Deal scam. Trump says he hasn't done anything for Israel compared to what I have done. It's only words he speaks, not truth. He made Iran rich. That's why we have the problems in the Middle East. With me, Iran was broke. He is the reason that the Middle East is blowing up. And I mean, from Afghanistan to Iran to Gaza, I mean, how can you deny that? Yeah. Real change in the S&P 500 adjusted for inflation. Trump up 66%. And Biden up only 12%. What's this one? Okay. And the Dow as well. The Dow was up a massive 50. Biden barely a little. Okay. Let's get to the rest of these. Today's radical Democrat Party wants to legalize drugs, legalize shoplifting, and legalize the sexual mutilation of your children, but they want to outlaw your gas-powered Suburban, Silverados, and Ford F-150s. Yeah. Is that the party you want in charge of your life? Joe Biden is a threat to democracy, Donald Trump says. He weaponized government against his opponent. Didn't talk about that. Never happened before. By the way, that was an all caps Trump truth right there. Let's see. Under Trump, Iran was weak and broke, and under Biden, Iran is rich and funding terror. Trump is asking, what happened to Nancy? Let's see. Yeah, we didn't see many cuts to Nancy. Nice not looking at her goblin face back like that. Yeah. That bobbing head of stupidity behind. I was so used to seeing that. I really appreciated just seeing the boring Mike Johnson. I appreciated that. Oh, okay, good. Trump agrees with me. He says this is like a shouting match. Every line is being shouted. You guys remember that? I blurted it out. I said, I'm really getting annoyed with this guy yelling at me.
He was yelling. Yeah.
We got WWE Biden. Once again, what we got from this State of the Union or the State of Confusion, it was WWE Biden. It was Biden who maybe checked into a little bit of Hunter Biden's cocaine stash or methamphetamines or something. And so we got riled up, overcompensating to show you're youthful and energetic. Meanwhile, the Republican response was the Hallmark movie of really super sappy, laying it on, kind of not so great acting. But, I appreciated the second message a lot more. But yeah, it's way too much yelling from Biden, way too much overcompensating. And it reminds me a little bit of how I criticized him during that Fox News sham debate where Chris Wallace repeated the Fine People hoax. I wish Trump would have just chilled out a little bit because he just kept steamrolling the conversation, how he's known to do sometimes. I think let Biden talk more. Don't steamroll him. Don't bully him. Don't overdo it. And I think Trump did overdo that. I still don't think I trust what happened in 2020 by any regard. So I don't think it would have made a difference. But yes, I think these performances are important to break down stylistically. Trump says he said, I bowed down to the Russian leader. He gave them everything, including Ukraine. I took away Nord Stream 2. He gave it to them. He was a puppet for Putin, Xi, and virtually every other leader. It took him over 40 minutes to get to immigration and then said nothing about it. Whether the fake news media likes admitting it or not, there was tremendous misrepresentation and lies in that speech. But the people of our country get it, and they know that November 5th will be the most important day in our nation's history. I mean, I can't imagine continuing on without fixing this. And also, I would miss the laughter of posts like this from our president. That is just absurd. Donald Trump says, don't shake Joe Biden's hand. He's been coughing into it the entire night. Yeah, I guess they say Trump is a famous germaphobe. Have you guys heard that one?
I have. I've heard that. There's probably some truth to it. I don't know.
That's just funny. He's mentioned coughing into his hand multiple times. Trump says that may be the angriest, least okay, I think this is what that ABC person said right before they shifted gears and we dropped the feed over there. But Donald Trump said that may be the angriest, least compassionate, and worst State of the Union speech ever made. It was an embarrassment to our country. Do you think that was too harsh, or do you guys agree? Thumbs up?
Yeah. I'd probably agree. Yeah, I think so. It wasn't good, that's for sure.
No.
If I didn't watch it, it wouldn't have mattered. It still wouldn't have mattered. I still feel the same way I felt before the speech, so it's like whatever.
Donald Trump says he didn't stand up to Putin. He gave Putin Ukraine. And I mean, that's a pretty important component to the story. That did not happen when Trump was there. There's a lot of things you can say, but you can't deny reality. Trump says this was an angry, polarizing, hate-filled speech. He barely mentioned immigration. By the way, I've mentioned this before, but I think it's important to notice. I think Donald Trump has always been a fantastic writer. He is a very articulate communicator.
Yeah, he's
now in a different way than Vivek Ramaswamy is, because I think Vivek is incredible too. But I think as far as like understanding sound bites and brief sentences, I think he's a really good writer. I appreciate that because I used to be a copy editor and I used to be it was my job to clean up shitty writing. So anyway, Trump says this was an angry, polarizing, and hate-filled speech. He barely mentioned immigration or the worst border in the history of the world. He will never fix immigration, nor does he want to. He wants our country to be flooded with migrants. Crime will rise to levels never seen before, and it's happening very quickly. If you get rid of TikTok, Facebook and Zuckerschmuck will double their business. Zuckerschmuck. Yeah, that's funny. I want to start calling him Zuckerschmuck now.
Zuckerschmuck.
Facebook and Zuckerschmuck will double their business. God, that's funny. I don't want Facebook, who cheated in the last election, doing better. They are a true enemy of the people. Amen. They banned my personal profile. They got rid of my account. They censored my groups. No reason, no cause. Good. Screw Facebook. That's why I'm saying, like, I communicate with you guys on Facebook all the time. Please sign up on Rumble for the New American Media, on X, we're at American_media_. True Social, the New American Media. We're on Instagram, but that's a Meta product. Oh, and on Telegram, we're at TNAM and TNAM Chat. Yeah. I refreshed the page, a couple more from Donald Trump. He said the story is that he got through it. He's still breathing, and they didn't have to carry him out in a straitjacket. Other than that, he did not do a very good job. They didn't have to carry him out in a straitjacket. Oh, okay, here we go. Katie Britt was a great contrast to an angry and obviously very disturbed, air quote, president. God, that's good. She was compassionate and caring, especially concerning women and women's issues. Her conversation on migrant crime was powerful and insightful. Great job, Katie Britt. So there's some nice words of praise from Trump. So there we are, folks. Let me minimize this real quick and just kind of do a final thoughts. We've been on for a little while. This has been fantastic. And here, let me switch this to a 3-panel if I can.
There we go.
3-panel. That's a little weird. Whoa, that's non-existent. There we go. Let's go with this. So, any response to any of the Trump stuff? Let me start with you, other Brian. All of the Trump truths, any of those stand out to you? What did you think about the president's reactions?
I mean, he could have been in the chat here with us, right? Would have. It's kind of how it felt, right? It's like he's just reacting to it like we were. That's kind of cool,
That is funny how you frame it. Yeah, it's just people yelling at a TV screen.
Yeah, so,
just typing it out and giving it to the world.
But I mean, I don't think he said anything particularly groundbreaking, right, about this. But what is there to say about it other than it was Dementia Joe, right? I mean,
and they didn't have to carry him out in a straitjacket. Sal, what about you? What did you make of Donald Trump being in the virtual living room with us tonight?
I think that it would have been better.
And Zucker,
I think it would have been way better if he was just at the house, like kicking it and just having that type of interaction. That would have been like awesome. Him with his little sweater and with the sneakers, with the golden sneakers, that would have been excellent. Like if that happened, oh my God, that happened. That would have been like, oh my God, I would have watched that. I wouldn't have been online with you guys. I'd have watched that, him with his sneakers kicked up and him just going off. That's what I would. It'd been worth it.
Smoking a cigar, except that he's a non-smoker. Yeah. No, you're so right about that. I started hearing a rumor that maybe Tucker was going to do a live event with Trump.
That would have been awesome.
That's what was going on. I was like, that would be must-watch TV. Hold on, I would drop what I'm doing, but my God, to anybody out there on the Trump campaign, I would gladly host the next opportunity. But I guess there's never going to be another opportunity for Biden to give his State of the Union. This was like the last big
show. This is his last time he's going to have this type of crowd listening to him speak ever again.
Oh, wait, I got it. Hold on, I got it. Please put this out to the Trump campaign, the Trump team. I don't know who's running his campaign. I need to get that figured out. I do intend to go to the campaigns, the conventions this year in Milwaukee and in Chicago. But that would be that's what I was just thinking is Trump during the Democratic convention. So maybe during the convention, instead of going to Chicago, I could go to Mar-a-Lago and we could just kick it and do a live stream with him talking shit based on all the stuff we're seeing, do the splits. So whoever's out there, trust me, I would crush this. I would. What we saw tonight, with the exception of being able to tweak some audio levels around, especially when we're talking, we could dial back the audio there, and it would be a little easier to hear. I'd hire a sound engineer, of course, for that moment. Oh, we would crush that. Imagine Trump hanging out on the New American Media every night, and because the convention will be 3-4 days long or something like that. It's in like late July, and then August or something. If it goes for multiple days, I know there are streams because it's not like MSNBC is going to show you 24/7 coverage of the convention, but there have to be media companies that are giving you a feed of that, or at least their keynote speakers. I bet Trump talking trash back to the keynote speakers would be incredible TV. That would be one of the highest rated political moments ever. Trump talking shit in real time.
That would be
fact checking him.
That would
be epic. Yeah. Straight up. You should
all right, so let's put that out to the Trump team. I volunteer.
You should totally do that.
All right. Well, I need to make that here. Let me take a note. How do I frame that? What would we call this? Like a fireside chat? This would be the Agree to Disagree show? Okay, I'm writing it down. Fireside chat, Agree to Disagree with Trump during a DNCC, Democratic National Committee Convention. I think that's what it's the RNCC. Okay, good. It's on my list of things to do. I got to make that happen. God, that would be really good. I got to go in 2016. I was in the House the night that Trump accepted his nomination speech, and I mean, I was sitting I was sitting next to Larry Elder. I brought Larry in from the floor, and we watched Sheriff David Clark.
Yeah,
he's Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
Right?
Yeah, that's that guy. Yeah.
We were sitting there. We did a live. I think we went on Facebook. We were doing a live reaction to Sheriff Clark, Larry Elder and I. And then behind me, my buddy Nick, he was the kicker for my high school team, kicked the game-winning extra point in our playoff win. It was just a whole weird thing, but like popping into these keynote speeches, some people get 10 minutes, some people get 30, various range of times, of course. But man, that would be awesome television. And to splice it out into oh God. All right, we're gonna make that happen. I'm gonna reach out. Thank you. That is a I would hate to miss the chaos in Chicago because, like was said earlier, do you think Biden is going to be the nominee, or do you think they're going to replace him? And if they replace him, who do you think they'll replace him with? Because that's the theory of what Chicago is going to be. That I thought there was a chance Biden would come out tonight and he would resign, and I thought he would. It was a potentiality, maybe a 2% chance. I didn't think it was likely, but
his ego's too big. He'll never resign.
Yeah, he died before that, and then we'd be in real deep shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I fear with the deep state, that they might off him like they did the movie producer and Wag the Dog. And then they'd blame it on MAGA, so they get a twofer. So I'll pray for the health and safety of Joe Biden to serve out this term until he's impeached and imprisoned for treason, if that's a nice way to say that. But wait, I was making another point before we went off that. What was I saying? Oh, do you think Biden will be the nominee? And if not, do you think it'll be somebody else? Sal.
I'm a fan of Kennedy. I like Kennedy. That's who I really like. I really like Kennedy. I like the.
I don't think the Democrats like him though. They won't give him They won't give him Secret Service protection, even though he's polling around 15%. Like he's supposed to get Secret Service.
But the whole thing with Kennedy is it's the name. But I actually I like Rand Paul.
Yeah,
he's not him, but he's not running.
Well, no, we love Rand Paul, but I'm saying for the Democrat side. I'm saying for the Democrat side.
I like Kennedy.
Who could they replace Biden?
I like Kennedy. if I pray nothing happens to Biden because
until he can become
Kamala will
impeached
make
and
it,
prison
but
for treason.
I think I like Kennedy. He's my guy. If he was able to get, I think he's going independent. I think, but if he was able to get in there, I think I would go with him. I couldn't see myself going to anyone else. I can't think of anyone else that's even in that type of where their policy is good enough for me to even.
Now, are you saying you would like to see him, or you think it would be better to see him as the Democrat nominee, or that you would vote for him over Trump?
No, I wouldn't vote for him over Trump, but I would. Far as him, no, come on now, man. We talked about this. We talked about this now. As far
I know. That was the last show, not this show.
As far as him being a Democrat, I would vote for him to be in the Democratic. I would vote for him, but no.
I've recently seen one of the shows I watch regularly, and I say regularly, I don't know. There's maybe 40 or 50 shows that I watch regularly. I'll just, if I'm working in the yard, I'll listen to a podcast or I'll have it on in the background. And there might be 40 or 50 of those. And out of those, maybe 20 are in the high rotation that I kind of go back to more often. And I do listen to the Adam Carolla podcast. I do like the Adam Carolla show. Another guy that I interviewed not at the 16 RNC, but in LA at Politicon. I have an interview on the YouTube channel for the New American Media. And on our Odyssey channel. That's our backup for YouTube. But I think Adam Carolla and Rob Schneider have been, I don't know how to say it, working with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I don't know if they've officially endorsed him. I think Carolla was doing something with them, and I saw that Schneider was putting stuff out. And they've both been really sane over the past 4 years. Both of what they've had to say. These comedians have been kind of on point, saying a lot of important stuff about civil liberties and freedoms. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of love out there for RFK Jr., but the Democrat Party wants to have nothing to do with him. I think Trump would be really wise. I don't think he'd make him a VP.
Now, if he did that, that would have him win. Like he's won with me, but that would win him all the way over with me. As far as him,
that would bring in a lot of clout from the libertarians, the hard like the contrarians also.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's the right choice as VP. I don't know that I really have a favorite. I think Vivek volunteered for the job. Applied for the job.
I think he wants it. For sure.
I think he's the only one you could possibly consider. And maybe you could say DeSantis because of his track record, but you don't take DeSantis off the board in Florida.
No way.
He's playing a role in Florida. You don't remove him, just like Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake has a role to play in Arizona. You don't take her off the checkerboard. RFK is doing nothing right now. They're like, look, I'll bring you wouldn't want to do that.
I think Tulsi Gabbard,
right,
for VP was one I thought about.
My brother loved Tulsi Gabbard. Was one of his favorites.
I like how she's come around.
Okay. She has, if you believe it all.
Yeah, I mean that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Vivek, Tulsi, anyone with strange first names that you've literally never heard before. Maybe like Ridgway, the lady's son who gave the Republicans. What's her name again? I keep thinking Nancy Mace. I forgot her name. Do you remember her name? Alabama, Brittany.
Britt.
What is it? Britt. Where's her last name?
That's her last name, Britt.
Oh, Katie Britt.
I wouldn't. No.
Yes.
No.
Okay, well, question back to you, Brian. Do you think Biden will be the nominee? And if not, who do you think they will replace him with in Chicago?
I think he will be. I don't. He's not going to step down, and I don't see. The Democrats are so like brainwashed. I don't see them like trying to pull him back, right? Like I don't see them trying. I mean, unless they really think he's gonna lose, which I don't think they think he's gonna lose. So I don't think they're gonna. I think he's gonna be the nominee. But if he's not, what about Joe Manchin? Like when Joe Manchin quit, I thought I'm like, oh, is he lining himself up to get on that ticket?
And Manchin has kind of been that in-between guy
for a long time, right? Yeah.
He learned how to maximize the capital of being the swing vote. Exactly. Oh, God, you make 10x the bribes that way. Not that he has, but I'm just saying. By the way, to everybody watching this, if you have comments, whatever platform you're watching on, type in the comments. Do you expect Biden will be the Democrat nominee? So it's a 3-part question. Do you expect Biden will be the nominee? If you don't expect him to be the nominee, who do you think they will put in to replace him? Or if you do think he'll be the nominee, who would you prefer they put in there? Because, we've been playing that game with the Republicans for the vice presidential slot for a while. It's a short list. Oh, you know who else is on our top 10 list of swamp? What did you call them? Swamp dogs?
Swamp queens.
Swamp queens. Kristi Noem.
Yeah.
I mean, Kristi Noem, okay. She's on the short list, right? She's got to be on that short list. And that's been an interesting game to play. But, it's just, in a way, I saw all the people that raised their hand and volunteered for the role of president. They applied for the job. And it seems like Vivek did a pretty damn good job. He's like, and I've heard Scott Adams, he's been a supporter of Vivek for a long time. I've interviewed Anomaly, the hip hop artist and the political commentator, and he's had the chance to interview Vivek. He's been very skeptical of him. But Vivek, to his credit, he goes on his show and he answered direct questions about, his role in Big Pharma and, the company that went bankrupt and how he was selling it. Like he stands there in the firing squad and takes every question. That's what Vivek does. And you see a president like Trump during COVID. I mean, he was there every day. He was out there front and center. I'll give you a 3-hour press conference. If you want someone that's going to work, he's going to work. So it's just, to me, I saw Vivek apply for the position. I don't know that I could think of anybody that is so far superior that I would give it to anybody else. What I would like to see is President Trump offer RFK Jr. a position in Health and Human Services.
I think that's where he will fit in very well with.
Yes. I don't want a Kennedy being a gunshot away from being president. It's just a thing. I don't want to invert that.
I get you.
That would be an awkward thing. Yeah,
that is
something about that doesn't sit with me. Yeah. But I would love him in charge of holding Fauci to the fire, working with Big Pharma, working with medicine to, you just have to be a little bit more coherent and clear with with all of our medical stuff. We need medical freedom. And I've appreciated RFK Jr.'s stance on medical freedom. And people are like, oh, well, Trump, he's the godfather of the vaccine. He's the reason, blah, blah. I'm like, look, I appreciate he put that out there and fast-tracked it as an option to anybody who chose to take something that was clearly new and experimental. If you were more concerned about the lab-created COVID than you were about the lab-created cure for COVID. Right. That was optional under Trump. And if he didn't have the chance to put that out there and help facilitate that with Operation Warp Speed, we might still be in fucking lockdowns based on how the Democrats were trying to run things for the past 3-4 years. So I don't see Trump as anywhere near the medical tyrant, the personal freedom tyrant, the civil liberty tyrant that Biden and the Democrats have been. I just see him as completely different issues. I don't see him as one and the same. Am I off base on that?
No, I think you're spot on that. It was 100%. It was the Democrats that were locking everything down. They were the ones saying, you've got to get the vaccine. You've got to get it, pushing it. That was all the Democrats.
That's true.
Yeah. They were the ones mandating the mask. Hell, the Democrat governor here in Colorado had a sound clip that wear a damn mask. He was pounding on his desk. Wear a damn mask. He's a Democrat. super
a maskocrat.
Yeah, maskocrat. There you go.
Maskocrat.
I give Santos credit when they did do that shit in Florida. They had Florida was open, wide fucking open. People would go from Georgia to Florida so they can be able to do everything that they wanted to do. Everything was open, and no one, I mean, people that was going to get sick was going to get sick any freaking way. Let's not talk about that. Oh my God, I'm scared.
I know.
Oh my God. So scared.
You know, and out of all of the statistical data, all our personal experience, I mean, my brother died of double pneumonia, COVID, and the lack of treatment. My younger, healthier brother.
That'll do it.
It's like, for me, and it's like, what back screen door did he have open? I thought he was taking vitamin D and zinc, and you know, the double pneumonia got him, or the COVID got him, or the fact that they banned monoclonal antibodies because they couldn't revoke the Emergency Use Authorization Act if there were other options that could, therapeutics they call them. If there were therapeutics like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, this, that, the other, monoclonal antibodies, if those were out there and being proven to be helpful to some people in some circumstances, that would have somehow taken away emergency use authorization and the immunity from. Why did that have to be a thing?
Yeah,
that should have never been a fucking thing. That should have always just been what all hands on deck.
Yeah.
But it was never about that. It was a one-size-fits-all approach, and it led to people giving terrible medical advice to people like my brother, who been gone for 2+ years because of it. So yeah, I don't want to talk about it any more than you do, but I lived my life as normally as possible for the first week or two. I was with an N95. I was picking up groceries at a drive-through with distance. Put them in the back. I'll get out of the car. You put it like. It was crazy for 2 weeks, and I went, I'm not living like this, breathing through an N95. If I'm done, I'm done. Like you said, Sal, we're all gonna get it. Just boost up your immune system as much as you can. Drop as much extra weight as we can.
Thank you.
I mean, you can't run from it, so let's get through it. You can't shut schools down, shut businesses down. Everyone's on welfare. It was just, I still don't know if that was a bioweapon from China meant to take out
exactly,
Trump.
And that's what we don't want to talk about. But yes, that's the whole thing, and it blows my mind that it's a situation where we still haven't got any answers for that. And then we go along with the way things are going, and then you hear about some other type of illness that came out. They said that Jamie Foxx had an illness that no one knows what the fuck it was, but almost killed him. Jamie Foxx, the comedian. They said he had some type of illness that was going to kill him, but he ended up bouncing back, and then they said he was cloned, and it was all type of crazy mess that was going on.
Have we seen him since he came back? I was thinking about him the other day.
They had him there, and he was like, "Yeah, the people said I was cloned," and he did some type of funny little thing about him being cloned because people said that about him. Because they said at one time, he was
Damar Hamlin, Jamie Foxx, all these high profile, healthy. I mean, you want to think of healthy,
right?
Damar
Hamlin. When you have the funds, you're supposed to be healthy. If you got enough money to have a damn gymnasium in your house, you're supposed to be healthy. You know what I'm saying? You have a chef fixing you meals, you're supposed to be healthy. So when you look at it like from that standpoint, compared to me, who during COVID, I got with I started taking IVs. I was taking straight up IVs.
By the way, pause on IVs. I'll tell people to go to the WHO website, who.int, and cdc.gov and cdc.gov/vaccine for what do we call these? For what's countervailing views? There it is. For countervailing views, since we're talking about the verboten topic that'll get you removed from YouTube and banned off Facebook. Fuck you very much. I'll talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. This is America. Last time I checked, I'm a free human being, and I don't grovel because you're trying to censor me from trying to figure out this catastrophic world situation that's impacted every fucking human being on this planet. I'm so tired of the censorship.
I'm with you.
And I try not to just casually swear. I try to use it when necessary. And once again, that was me holding back about 20 times what I wanted to just unleash there. But sorry, you were saying, Sal, you started taking IVs.
Yeah,
you started taking
every month. I would take a I would take one that had the vitamins and minerals that I needed for, the vitamin mineral I needed. Elderberry, black seed oil.
I just made elderberry syrup on the stove last night.
Nice.
I've had a bit of a sinus thing, and I've had a bit of a sore
seed
throat.
oil, turmeric and ginger tea. These are the things that I took to make sure that I was fine. So that's my whole point. My point is that you take these certain precautions to make sure that you live to see another day. But in hindsight, if someone else had done something like this, they will be the T word. You know what I'm saying? We would consider them enemies because this affected everyone. So for something to affect everyone and then we don't talk about it, it's like it didn't happen. It's like we're going about our.
I refuse. Amazing. That's the same type of shame and guilt trip that abusers pull on the people they rape. It's like you need to feel so much shame, and I'm gonna put you in a system where like I've smacked your hand enough times. Don't make me like that's every time a post on Instagram goes. This looks like a comment that's been reported as something similar to something that's got. Are you sure you want to say it? I'm like, well, I fucking sure as hell as want to say it now. I guess if I got it, yes, I'm gonna double down. But you type traitor in there, and they remove you. So you got to do the plus sign and then a space, then the R, and then an ampersand. I'm writing like I'm in kindergarten or on a hieroglyphic wall. And
I do it backwards. You should have put it backwards.
Like
you got to put it backwards.
1984 fever dream.
Put it backwards.
This is not.
Put it backwards. Whatever it is, you put it backwards and you'll be fine.
Red rum. Red rum. Red rum. This is nuts. All right. Well, look, this is. We could talk all fucking night, I feel like. But
right.
Brian, I don't know. What do you make of this moving forward? Was this enough for Biden to be strong? Do you feel like this is going to carry the – I don't know. How do you see the next few months going? Because there's a lot of people out there that feel like 20 million people invaded. One moment, we're going to get that next Wuhan flu. We're going to get the China virus. Or it's going to be an EM quotes. The power won't go on. There'll be an internet blackout. Blockage or blackout. That's tough. I'm saying that.
Yeah, some kind of black swan event, right?
Yes, a black swan event. Yes, a black swan event.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen between now and the election? Do you think people have been strategically placed across this country? Chinese, Hamas. Think of every group that isn't a fan of America or Americans right now. Do you feel like something's going to pop? And then we're going to have civil martial law like Kathy Hochul just did in New York today?
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I could definitely see some big event happening between now and the election that makes them say, oh, we got to keep Biden around to keep congruency with the government. I can see something happening. I have no idea what, like trying to figure out what they're thinking. Who knows, right? But I don't know. But it wouldn't surprise me if something happened.
And Sal, your time. Remind me again. You were a independent contractor, but you were also military. What's your background there?
I was in the Air Force for 10 years, and then after that, I was a contractor. I contracted out with a company, and I was in the Middle East. I've been in the Middle East for a long time. So
So how many years total? 10 plus.
10 plus years in the military and 6 years contracting.
10 plus 6, so about 16. So, I mean, when it comes down to all the stuff Brian and I are talking about now in the next few months, what to expect between now and the election, we're already in March. Yeah. March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. I mean, in less time than it takes to birth a baby, we're going to have a chance for a reckoning here. With your background in all of the military stuff and all the Middle East things that you've seen, and knowing that we've been invaded intentionally in term 3 of Barack Hussein Obama's political career, what do you anticipate happening? Are you concerned that we're going to see something radically change our lives and come at us in an aggressive way before the election?
I can't think of what I was watching at one time, but I was watching something on YouTube, and they were talking about basically the possibility of a martial law situation, and the military, how people in the military will have to make a decision whether they're gonna attack their own people and following orders, attacking their own people, or not to do such a thing. It was almost like the Dark Knight, how the Joker had set up a bomb where it was going to blow up the two ferry boats with the two different people, and the people decided whether they were going to blow up the other place or not. It was that type of viewpoints of what could happen, and I think that's something that kind of crossed my mind. I don't think that there'll ever be a situation where the military would attack his own people. I think that
under normal circumstances.
No.
Hang on, let me see what Trump did here. There you go. The dumpster fire of America. And there he is sipping on some ice cream. Thank you, President Trump. We appreciate you.
I mean, that's what they did in Ukraine, though, right? Like in Ukraine, because of the war, they canceled all the elections, right?
Right. Martial law. When you do martial law, you can't have election because of martial law being taking place, because it takes over whatever it is at that time. It takes over. That martial law takes over whatever it is.
What did George W. Bush say after 9/11? He said something like, we have to suspend capitalism to save capitalism, or something like that.
There was something weird like that. I don't remember what he said, but there was something like that.
George W.
Why did I just bring that up? Because it reminded me of something you guys were just saying.
According to Wikipedia, George Walker Bush.
I'm listening. All right, tell me more. Yeah, it's definitely possible that something could happen, and we didn't really see Wuhan coming.
Right.
We didn't really see it, but it was a huge black swan event that really radically altered everything that we know about the world. Yep. And so, is it? I mean, shit. They've gone into disclosure. They're literally out there saying, yeah, extraterrestrials, non-human life forces, they're out there. And we're like, yeah. Anyway, hang on. I got other shit to worry about.
Distraction, right now. Yeah, just a big old distraction.
We're not even paying attention to that, because there's that Project Bluebeam that I've always had in the front of my mind about, faking an alien invasion. The alien invasion would be like different regions of the world would be shown these images, and there'd be, like Tupac performing at Coachella, the hologram of him. Something like where Jesus Christ appears in the Middle East, and then Muhammad appears in the Middle East.
Right.
You have these characters of folklore appear, and that's your staged alien.
AI is an AI type of situation where I can't think of. There's a lake that's near Bethlehem or somewhere over there that's supposed to have dried up, and in the Bible, it says that when this lake dries up, it's supposed to be some type of thing. In Revelation, it talks about this. Someone can use AI and can, it's no. That's the thing. Very part about it. The way we're able to pass information on, like from anywhere. If you got enough people that's scared or enough people that believes in whatever happens, you can show them something with AI in it that make it look like New York is being destroyed.
Right.
In the United States, they be in a different country and they'll hit the button. You know what I'm saying? You never know. So that's the things. Those are the things that frighten me. Like,
were you thinking of the Euphrates River, or
yes,
was it something?
Yes,
Euphrates.
Yes. But that's what I'm saying. With AI, the way they use. They had it where people were using robots. Like they said, Russia, I think, was using robots trying to see how they would work as far as fighting people or whatever. It was something crazy. I was like, wow, this is where we at now.
By the way, I found it, Revelation 9:14. It says, saying to the sixth angel who had the trumpet, release the 4 angels who are bound at the great river Euphrates. Revelation 16:12 says the 6th angel poured out his bowl on the great river Euphrates, and its water was dried up to prepare the way for the kings from the east.
That's it. But they right now that river is dry, and they've had people to go and explore the area, and they say they found caves where you can go in and all type of things. I'm like, wow, this is crazy to think that this. We don't know if it's true or not, but I'm just saying it's crazy for someone to be able to have that information, give it to us. All we have to do is run with it. If something was to happen, I'm trying to tell you, man, it's so scary. That's the stuff that frightens me. That's
it is. I had somebody also bring up that there's some people that read some of the passages from the Bible and they want to return, kind of like how certain sects of Islam are pushing to have the return of the Mahdi. They want their figurehead to return. There are people that want to create the strife in the Middle East to bring on the second coming of Christ. And it's almost like you're on some sort of an apocalyptic collision course playing chicken in the middle of the road in a 1950s greaser movie where your cars are heading toward each other and they're getting closer. Someone has to, that's a little creepy too. You can take this philosophy, you can take these prophecies rather to extreme lengths.
Yes.
I don't think hastening some of these things to happen just so we can be done with this earthly experience already. It's like, I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea, but I think it's important that we get prepared. Yeah. I say that on every damn show. Get a little bit more financially fit, physically fit,
get your guns,
spiritually fit.
That's right.
Get your guns.
Yep.
Well, speaking of guns, by the way, because Biden says he's coming to get your, and by the way, that's America's rifle, the AR. Yeah. And by the way, it doesn't stand for assault rifle. There's no such thing as an assault rifle. This is an assault pen if I stab someone in the eye.
Right.
There's no such thing as an assault rifle, by the way.
Right.
But I just want to tell everybody out there, the people who have watched, they DVR'd the Doomsday Preppers and watched every episode, so they're ready. I read Stephen King's The Stand. Oh, I can't wait. I'd survive. And by the way, I could go on for about 20 minutes rattling off things that I've done in that vein, but it just reminds me, having a guitar in your closet doesn't make you a musician any more than having a gun in your closet makes you prepared.
That's right.
You have got to be trained.
That's right.
And you have to stay on top of it. And you should know your neighbors, and you should have your supplies ready. Mm-hmm. And by the way, supplies, you need a way to have a backup power source for a sump pump so your house doesn't flood if the power goes out. You need to have something to keep your food from spoiling, some sort of solar or backup power. And you need some sort of water purification device.
Yeah.
On top of all the obvious shit, like you need at least a little power to pump out the water in your sump pump as it goes down the drain tiles. You don't want your whole basement to flood. Right. I mean, these are like little things, but while you still can get them, I encourage you to do so. But really, a guitar in your closet doesn't make you a musician. Sal, I know you were in the service. You were over there in the Middle East for a long time. Are you 1 to 10? Grade yourself. How prepared? I mean, physically fit, financially fit, spiritually fit, having supplies, having knowledge and training. I'm talking in every regard. If you just kind of balanced it and tried to throw a number at the dartboard, 1 to 10, how prepared do you feel to take on anything, any potential calamity?
I think I will do fine because I will be able to take things from other people. So I think that will help me out. I'll be able to take things like on the Walking Dead side of the game. I will be fine because I can assure people. I'm like, hey man, you'll be fine. Then I'll just do some like dirty shit to someone and I'll just take their shit. That's just how I roll. That's what I do. I got you. Come up in there. When they're locked their ass in, take the shit, just go off. That's what I'll do.
And there's a lot of people like you.
Just being honest, that's just the way it would happen. It would. You know how to fire the gun? Nah, man. Give here. I was in the military.
I did a show. It was probably one of my first shows. I'm thinking back. I mean, this had to be 13 years ago. What was the guy's name? Was it Sean? If you go back, we're talking about an apocalypse. We're living in Los Angeles, and Sean, what was the guy's name? I got to pull it up. Anyway, he said, when a calamity hits and everybody's clogging the freeways going out and the zombie apocalypse is here, I'm going to be on my motorcycle riding in. And I was like, oh, I don't even know where you're going with that, but okay. Not everybody's wired the same. Some people bug in, some people bug out, some people bug. Brian, what about you? 1 to 10. If all of those levels combined, all of the components, all of the areas, throw a dart. What number do you land on? 1 to 10.
Yeah, I'm probably a 5 or 6. I've got make some improvements on some areas for sure. Specifically like the power and some of the food supplies, some of that stuff. But I'm good on some of the others though.
I think you'll be fine because other people tend to feel a certain way about things, but when you are like it's just you and it's a few people, man, you'll work together. That's just the way that shit works, man. You'll figure out a way to work together and everything will be fine. It'll be people that will work more than other people. It'll be people that knows things and they'll get together and they'll make things happen. But if you have people that just know every fucking thing, I'll let that guy die. Like, yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, do it. Go. Yeah. He wasn't gonna make it. Natural selection. He wasn't gonna make it anyway. Natural selection.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder because I know that there are a few people out there that have put as much time, energy into all of this stuff than I have. But I don't ever want to consider myself to be comfortable or as prepared as I think I am. Right. Maybe I'm the most prepared 6 you'll ever meet. So I'm a swamp prepper, right? I'm a hot 6.
You're a swamp queen.
Yeah, I'm a swamp prepper. I'm a pretty nice 6. I'm a 4, but I'm look, I'm coming out as an 8 compared to the idiots and nincompoops around me. I'm like an 8.5. Right. But like really, I'm a 4, and with put me next to some trained seals.
You know how to make you know how to make booze. You know how to plant. You good because people see that's things that people would need for the whole thing. You know how to make your own booze. You know how to plant plants and stuff. See, that's something that they'll need. So because you know that, you'll be, they keep you around because they need that.
I sure hope so. Sal, you're in the food and drink group, right? TNAM
food and drink? Oh yeah.
Brian, are you in the TNAM food and drink group?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, you got to do that. Send me a message. Tell me that. But it's just TNAM for the New American Media Food and Drink. Yeah. Sal's in all sorts of groups now. I think Sal found us originally through sports. And he's like, this dude talks politics too, and he's not a nincompoop. Right. I'm gonna stick around. Yeah. But yeah, TNAM Food and Drink. And Sal, are you in TNAM Grow Something?
Yeah, I'm in Grow Something. I was growing stuff. I showed you we were growing tomatoes and stuff like peppers. And
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I actually have a tomato growing inside right now. I keep trying to clone it.
I'm gonna try to.
I want to start the spring early because I had a shitty crop last year.
Me too.
It was not a good. Do you grow food, Brian?
I don't have a yard.
No, that's no excuse. That's no
right.
You have windows. You have a balcony, right? Windows.
Sort of. I have a patio.
You're good.
Okay. Yeah, you can get a few things in some pots. Yeah. And growing microgreens are really easy. They just need a little sunlight in a mason jar. Yeah. You could grow way more than you think you can in the little space you don't have.
Basil is good, anything like that.
Yeah, I got multiple basils and mints.
Mint is good.
And rosemary in my kitchen now.
Yeah,
just growing them on the side, and nice. I really got to get a better crop this year. I want to produce more food. Yeah. I'm this close to getting a fence and putting chickens inside. I mean,
holy
this
shit,
close.
man.
Yeah.
I got two neighbors that cannot keep their chickens inside their fence.
Holy shit.
They can't keep them in the yard. They have 2 chickens and 2 dogs. They both come in my yard and they have a fence. I don't know how they're getting out, but the chickens and the dogs are in my backyard. So I'm ready to put up a fence to keep them out.
Yeah.
But I would love to get some chickens. I got neighbors with chickens.
That's what they do. That's what they do here. That's what they do here in like where I live at. I live in like a little small town in the outskirts of Atlanta. It's called Kennesaw, and they got our behind the fence neighbor. He had chickens, and the rooster would crow and shit. I'm like, what the hell? Like they got chickens and shit over here. Got me.
Oh, we got a bunch by me. A bunch. I really want to start getting fresh farm eggs from them.
Yeah.
They
sell them. Yeah, that's good. That's real good.
So I mean, like if shit hit the fan and it wasn't easy to just Uber Eats, I want someone to DoorDash me a double cheeseburger. It's like, bro, the whole world's shut down. The banking collapse could be the thing. You know, that could be That's simpler. Way simpler than an EMP and a power outage.
Yep.
A banking collapse could be the great neutralizer. So everybody who did well, did the right thing and saved, they could be crippled immediately. And then you give all the illegals and all the people you want to be your best friends the new central bank digital currency.
Mm-hmm.
That's on the card. You have to you put a little chip in your wrist.
Yeah.
And you scan at Whole Foods, like whoever it is, Walmart, they'll roll them out. Nobody else is eating unless you take the mark of the beast. So
that's what
we'll do that. People will sign up for that. I don't want to have anything to do with that insanity.
Yeah.
So it's like just pure. Do you guys have water purification devices? Even just like a life straw. You got some of those.
Yeah.
I have a life straw.
Water's the thing we need first before food.
Yep.
I have a life straw. I think I'm gonna buy that bag. It's a bag where you put the water in this bag. That filters the water through.
Mm-hmm.
That I've seen that. I bought me a fire starter. I bought a fire starter. I went to like a damn festival and I bought a fire starter. So certain little shit like that, you know.
Right.
Iodine tablets are fantastic.
Yeah.
Because they don't take up any space and they don't go bad, right?
Yeah.
So unscented bleach is a couple drops,
That
whatever.
would be good too.
The other thing that people need to realize is that you need to have some physical books, because when the grid is down,
you're right.
Do you really know how to suture a wound? Do you really know how to?
I do.
Okay, Sal, shut up. You're too well trained to puff your chest out.
Well, I was in the military, so that's why I know. I was running convoys in Iraq, man. So I know certain things. So that's my skill set. So like I said, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. People will. Oh shit. I'll be like, okay, I got you.
Yeah, I think some physical books would be super helpful. Even just go on eBay and get a couple cheap ones.
Yeah.
Get something on hand that's like a comprehensive survival guide.
That's
I'm not
true.
saying I have about 40 books, but I'm not saying that I have 40 books, because the number one rule in prepping is to never disclose what you have or don't have.
Right.
But having books with knowledge in them. We're so used to Google. We're so used to GPS. Do you have a map to get you out of your state? Do you have a safe house outside of your house? There are so many questions when you start playing the what if game. Nobody's ever ready. Nobody's ever fully prepared for any of this shit.
Nah.
But I was a Boy Scout, and our thing was always be prepared.
See? Yeah.
Be prepared. You know, so like
you will remember that stuff. That's the funny part about it. You will remember that shit, you know. And when you mention the grid, it's like, just say if it was a situation like that, people will be willing to learn whatever it is that you need to keep the grid together. And I think that's really the thing that I like about us, as far as us being Americans, is the fact that we work on these things. In those other countries, they have robots doing this shit, man. But with us, we actually, that's the things that we actually do. You know, it's just like when
Well, World War II, though.
Yeah, we were resilient. We be able we'll be fine.
We are resilient. But where are the victory gardens from World War II? that generation had a skill set. 70 years later, 80 years later, like, are we really that same group of people? Do we know how to stitch our clothing? It's everything. We used to know how to do all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, we are resilient as Americans, Sal. I agree. But there's a million areas where we are soft.
Mm-hmm.
I said all the time, being an Ohio kid, we had all 4 seasons.
Right.
In California, people loved Ohio kids. They're like, every time I meet someone from Ohio, you're just so cool and like well balanced and stuff. Right. I'm like, we had all the seasons. We had the hots, we had the humids, we had the colds, we had the rains, we had we could have all 4 seasons in the same week. Yeah. Californians are just like, yeah, man, I don't care. It's all whatever, man. Hang 10.
Yeah.
But there's a balance when you get those extremes. But I don't know that we're the same generation of the Victory Gardens. I hope we are.
Definitely not.
But like I said, in those groups, if anyone out there watching on Facebook and stuff, find the New American Media. There's a page for the New American Media. There's a group, TNAMS, the Agree to Disagree Show. That's where we're active nonstop. Those groups are just active. I appreciate all of the comments there. But yeah, even ham radio communications. Imagine Facebook's down. That's why we're on Telegram and Signal and X and Spotify. All the places. Instagram, Odyssey. What do you got? Is that a Baofeng?
That's a ham radio.
Yeah, there you go.
You pronounce it Baofeng or Baofeng? Is it a different brand?
Uniden.
Uniden. So do you have a ham radio license? And Brian, do you have one as well?
I don't.
I
thought about getting them. I've thought about it.
Yeah.
Well, look, let's take this week and level up. I'm going to do a couple things to level up. I'm going to write down right next to Agree to Disagree fireside chat with Trump during DNCC. I'm also going to put get ham radio license.
Ham radio license. Yeah, there you go.
It's not complicated. It just takes a couple hours and you got to do it. So I need to do it. And I need to get a better I need to put a real transmitter, a real
the CB, like the CB action, that'll be good too, because you can communicate with trucks, with actual trucks. So if something was to happen, and you could talk like, hey, this is where my location, and you can get someone that can come pick you up or whatever. If that was a situation where like civil disorders happen, you can find someone will be able to assist you. I think those things are very important. People don't think about it, but those are things that are kind of important,
Yeah, I need a real antenna and I need my ham radio license. So you've been thinking about it, Brian?
I have. Yeah, there was something on Facebook.
Super cheap.
Maybe it was in our group or your group on Facebook. Somewhere I saw something about a ham radio license thing, and I was like, oh, that'd be a good thing to have. So I looked at it a little bit, and I was like, well, like I got a bunch of other stuff going too, so it's like, wow, that's kind of
welcome to the club.
Yeah, but that's exactly it, right? It's always something. There's always something else, right? And so
yeah,
you definitely comes down to priorities, right?
Nobody ever has enough time.
You gotta get through the FCC. Holy smokes!
Money. Yeah. What's that, Sal?
That's through the FCC. I didn't know. Wow.
Yeah, because there's certain channels you have to stay off of. There's certain ways, and like the emergency communications. Like once again, please get a couple of hardback books. I need to partner with somebody on Amazon and do like a TNAM referral program or something. But yeah, I guess there's something like on the hour, every hour, or at the 15s or at the 10s or something. There's like a time that you can break into if you're in an emergency. Once again, I'll probably have that all memorized once I take the ham course, but this is the time to get the antenna on the roof. This is the time to get a $30 Baofeng off of Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Like some preps are a life straw, $20, $25, a Berkey filter, a few $100. There's different versions of what you could get. Mm-hmm. You get the bag that you pour it into and it drains out the bottom. I have a rain barrel catching my rainwater, so I use it in the garden and I use it as backup. I'm probably going to double that and get a second rain barrel this year. Just, what if you turn on the water, it didn't come out? Like that's an important thing I'd kind of like to have under control. And, it just, we one of our most popular podcasts on the Spotify channel, because we've only done these as podcasts for probably about a year, but one of the the more popular viewed ones was America is falling apart at the seams. And it's just like, I think we all feel that something is very wrong. Something's just not adding up. It doesn't feel like the leaders leading us are leading us to prosperity.
Definitely not. Yeah.
And I don't know the last time we did feel that way. I felt that way with Trump.
Yeah. Yeah.
I felt like a lot of things were stabilized and we were making significant wins in significant areas.
Yeah,
I don't think any one person could possibly fix any of this. And I think that's why it's important that Trump names his VP, names his cabinet, and gets the disciples of MAGA, get them out there in all the big cities, all the swing states, get them out each weekend giving speeches. Less Trump, more MAGA. Because I think people get turned off by Trump. The more he talks, like, we think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. Some of you think it's hilarious. But, you know, he's a little much sometimes. And so less is more. So that's what I would just love to see. I just to move that message out there. But, yeah, just something feels off. And I just want to be as prepared as humanly possible.
Yeah.
To make sure that I'm strong enough to take care of me, take care of the people I care about.
Right.
You know. And defend this nation if I have to. Like, we are the militia. Militia, they've turned it into a bad word. They've tried. I don't accept their terms. So when it's like they've turned it into a bad term, no, they haven't. They've attempted to and failed.
Yeah.
I don't accept their terms. I don't accept their words. I don't accept their portrayals. But militia, it just means the first responder. There's chaos of a violent nature, and you're the first person there to neutralize the threat. That's it. That's all militia is. It's a first responder.
Yeah.
You know, and I've just taken it seriously, trying to be a sheepdog for my house and for my community. Wherever that community is, I've tried to give a shit. I've tried to make it cleaner, safer, nicer, better. That's it. I try not to be a drain on society. All right, maybe college me was a little you know, maybe I was going through the maturation process. Let's just say
y'all got.
I might not have been a perfect young lad, but I think I've matured a little bit since then. But yeah, I couldn't imagine another 4 years under this Biden regime. I don't know how we could survive it. I really don't.
We'll survive everything. America is very resilient. We don't give it the credit that it deserves, but the way things are going. Like, I can understand why people are concerned, you know, because this whole thing with letting just anybody in the fucking country is just ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous.
I've worked in bars and nightclubs my whole life. You know, like, as soon as I've been around it. My band has played in nightclubs. I've been a bartender, all of this stuff. Yes, and we will wrap up here, Brian. This is a good.
Yeah, I gotta get to getting here.
Yeah, I was just saying that, like, the very first thing, you just got to check IDs. That's like the number one thing you have to do. The number one thing you have to do is just check IDs. And anybody that's not going to do that, I instantly believe is up to nefarious purposes. And so that's why I'm just encouraging everybody to get as prepared as possible. And part of that is joining the New American Media. Brian, I will let you go. Final words, sir, and then I'll do the wrap up afterward. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks for hosting this. What's that?
Your experience this evening. Well, just
leave us. Fun. This is fun. I've never been on something like this before, so this is cool.
Yeah, just dudes sitting around talking about the world.
Yeah, I like it. Good stuff.
Heck yeah.
So thanks for hosting it, and I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Heck yeah. To be continued.
Talk to you soon.
All right. Sal, you can stay, or you can give us a final word and bounce. But yeah, I was just kind of wrapping up on the state of affairs. The state of affairs. I mean, we're at a major juncture. I think you're giving America a little bit more credit for the resiliency than I'm willing to. And let me explain the reason. And thank you for bringing that up, because I didn't bookend my story about being from Ohio. The reason people from California are like, oh, I love Ohio people. Like, every time I meet an Ohio person, I like them. I'm like, because we're balanced. We've had the extremes, and we end up somewhere in the middle. That's kind of common sense, a salt of the earth, normal person. But the other thing I realized after being in California for several years, having lived there for quite a few in Los Angeles, I remember coming home to Ohio in a light snowstorm with a large jacket. And dude, I lost a lot of my toughness. I lost a lot of my grit. I was not the same tough Ohio kid that I was because I was pampered by California. I was lulled into a complacency. I didn't have to sharpen my knife, so it didn't stay sharp. It got dull. And I just don't know, like I said, about the victory gardens in World War II. Yeah, that generation could get by. They knew how to hem pants. They knew how to grow carrots. All of the things. I just don't know how much of our country could really survive if things got tough. Talk me out of it. Talk me into believing society's more prepared than I give them credit for.
By the same rationale that you're going off of, you got to take this because of, you can only go off of your experiences, right? So by that same rationale, if you're a young kid and you don't know anything about anything, once you learn about these certain things that you didn't know about, that'll leave you open for other things. You know, you made a comment about going to college, right? Okay, so most people feel that college is the only option that they have because of the fact that education is pushed on us. They don't know that it's technical type of skills that you can have that can give you as much or even more money than you would make if you're a doctor or if you're a lawyer, if you're a scientist or all these other things. You know, if you're a plumber,
oh yeah,
right off the back, if you're a plumber, you will be a plumber's assistant and you'll make $60,000 a year. You know,
the trades are legit. I literally encouraged a guy at a cookout 2 months ago. Bro, go into the trades. Don't go to a liberal, a Marxist indoctrination camp to come out $250,000 in debt. Don't you do it. Like if you have to, but yeah, if you want to be a doctor or an attorney and you need accreditation like that much, fine, I guess. But like, go make real money, learn a real skill, stay away from that brainwashing center. And they're not.
That's it. And that's it. But going on it by that same token, this is like if you teach a kid something, because if something was to jump off, you'll have people that will have different skill sets. So it'll be so much easier for me to teach somebody young how to do certain things because he'll be more open to knowing and understanding things. Everybody else that, you know, they just know how to talk real well, they'll be able to talk, but when it comes to action, they won't be able to perform and do things that need to be done but they'll learn. All it takes is for you to be put in that situation. That's what I try to get people to understand. You don't know how far to push yourself because you've never been pushed before. But if it's a situation where you're pushed into something, where either it's fight or flight, you either gonna get it or you're not gonna make it. And there's gonna be people that's not gonna make it, and it's fine. But you still gonna have something to live for. If you're a patriot like I'm a patriot, you're gonna believe in something that's bigger than you. So that's what's gonna help you to snap out of it and go to work, because that's what this country is built on. And that's what people don't really understand, is that this is what this country is built on. Everybody that came here, they had to go through their trials and tribulations, and it made them, the next people that came after them, better. Now, is it perfect? Nah, it's not perfect. But what we have to realize is that all we have is ourselves. We can't look at this petty shit and let that be what stop us from advancing. We need to look at what we can do to help each other out, what we can do that make each other better. The people that got the money, they don't have the money, but it's about us being able to help each other out, to be able to make everything better for us.
I remember someone told me once, don't sweat the petty stuff, instead pet the sweaty stuff. That was one of the weirdest phrases I ever heard of all time. But so you're just saying Americans are going to rise to the occasion?
Yeah, man. You can't help but do that. Zuckerberg gonna have his little tunnel, underground tunnel. We're gonna have to work together to make sure that we make things better for us, Once we start doing that, man, everything will be so much better if we start doing that. Now,
by the way, good. Compared to
this bullshit that we going through right now, it's no this my the presidential race should not matter as much as it does, because the president can't do but so much. He can't do but so much. Okay, it's other people that's involved that we put in office that don't have our best interests at heart, which is the reason why all these foods and shit got stuff in it that when I was in Saudi Arabia, they wouldn't even let their people eat the food that we eat because it has red dye in it, because it has things that cause cancer. But we eat it. They make it so that it's something that we eat, so Big Pharma can have us taking these pills and stuff and make money off of us until we die. That's the problem. In my point of view, that's the biggest.
We got 1,000 problems. That's
we got. But I'm just saying, as far as it being me, okay. If abortion really meant something, if it really meant something, it wouldn't matter if the kid. It would matter more for the kid to live than to be straight killed. Especially if you're gonna kill him anyway, you're gonna kill him slow so you can get money off of the death, compared to you killing him right before he can make it. That's crazy.
Having customers for life addicted to pills and stuff. It's It's just sickening.
Either way.
Yeah. Well, no, you're right. We got a million problems.
So, but that's
it is way bigger than one politician.
As far as us as a people, looking out for each other. If I see you and I see somebody that's illegal or something like that, I'm supposed to pay attention to what's going on. I don't know what's going on, but I'm supposed to pay attention. I know that you're American. If you know I'm American, and we're supposed to stick together because we're Americans, and that's what makes it even horrible for us, because we divide and conquer, and it's making it easy for people to just come on in and just do whatever. Like I said before, MS-13 is out here. That's a gang from Venezuela. That's the most deadly gang in the world. They are all over this area. What they do is they extort people that's also not American citizens, extort them, take their money, do whatever. They have to pay them so they won't get messed with. And you got people that's willing to work and bust their ass and try to earn their citizenship to be in the country, but because they get messed with a gang, that causes a problem. That causes a rift. You know what I'm saying? People trying to eat. So it's a situation where you got straight up criminals, straight up killers. And then you got the young lady that was in Rome, Georgia. She get killed. And we just blow over it like, oh, okay, shit happens. Instead of us saying, you know what, this shit can't happen again. So what we do is make sure that anybody that's in this area that's illegal, they ass gotta go.
Dude, I'm seeing inner city footage where there are Nigerians taking over the street corners, and there's old school gangbangers, third generation, going, yeah, these MFers over here, they're about to get a taste of, they're about ready to get out of our air. Like, they're going to be inner city turf wars, the likes of which we've never seen. I was scrolling through and I saw that video, and I just thought about living in Los Angeles.
That's scary.
There were, you knew where the hot corners were, and you knew what was going on, and you knew, there's don't want none, don't start none. And you always knew when there was a problem, when Ray or my baby daddy came back, or Jimmy, he's been in juvie for 6 years. Like, one person coming in to upset the apple cart made a big difference. I mean, it got super violent quick because they marked their territory. And it just makes no damn sense why any of these policy decisions would be allowed or encouraged, paid for, funded, unless it's someone who's actively trying to take us out. Let me just recap this. Got a couple of highlights from earlier today during the speech. This is a post from Kyle Becker. I was going to put it on the screen, but I have something else saved on the screen, so I'm just going to touch and go on these. Kyle Becker says, here's why Biden's now infamous say her name response may be worse than people think. Lincoln Riley, an innocent woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of the thousands of people being killed by legals? If Biden meant to say legals, Joe wasn't just owning himself by showing he didn't even know the girl's name. He minimized her death for political points by equating it to a murder by a legal migrant. If he meant illegals, then he's damning his own disastrous border policies. Just get Biden out of this office, America. He's the most unfit president in this nation's history. A total disgrace. So I think we pointed that out in real time when we were watching that. I said, did he just say Lincoln Riley? He did say Lincoln Riley. He didn't say Laken Riley. We noticed that. And he did actually say that. I just, what a failure. Like, that is going to be one of the most remembered moments from this speech. By the way, trying to figure out who was yelling. This is from End Wokeness, a great account to follow. It says, breaking, Steve Nikui was arrested and just charged with a misdemeanor for interrupting Biden tonight. His son was killed at Abbey Gate during Joe Biden's withdrawal from Kabul. He was yelling, Abbey Gate. What say you on that one, Sal? You served over there. Remember, we were trying to figure out who was yelling. Is that a congressional member?
I told you it was a veteran. It was a veteran. I knew it had something to do with the veterans, because he made a comment about veterans, and he made a comment about the push out of Afghanistan. So I knew that I knew that was something that would come up. I really don't say anything too harsh on presidents because of the fact it's just out of respect for the presidency. I don't really, so it doesn't matter whoever the president is. I respect them, and but I look at I still look at that as but I just look at that as one of the big mistakes that I felt they should have came out. They should have done it in a process. It's a process of doing everything. They should have done that in a different way and made it safe for the people that we're leaving. Because ultimately, yeah, you're going to be safe if America's there, but once we leave, those same, if not the same people, it's going to be someone else through and dictate things, take over things. You know, we provide resources for those countries like that. We give them things, and then it ends up being taken away from them because no one's there to protect them. So my biggest thing was, like, even in Iraq, they had security forces that they taught military skills to. They had an exit plan to get out there. Of course, us being America, we have to have a foothold in the Middle East. We do. We ultimately do. But for it to be a situation where we just straight leave and just leave those people to their own devices, that causes a problem.
A big problem. All the people we let down, the people that they know were working with the U.S. and they were left behind to get, yeah. I'm sure that didn't end well for a lot of people there.
Right.
Yeah. And like I said earlier, don't worry. That's not the last we're going to see of those weapons. They're going into the hands of people that are going to be firing them off. Like, they're going to be used in conflict. Like, all of that stuff, all of that equipment that was left behind, it was left behind strategically. That was not an accident. That is their plan. That is my contention. I don't think he's a bumbling nincompoop, although he is. I just think this is their plan. This is exactly what Victoria Nuland, Barack Hussein Obama, Susan Rice, this is their team. This is what they want. This is what they're up to. Mayorkas and the whole crew. Merrick Garland, they're all in on it. there is an agenda. There's a plan. There's something they strategize decades in advance. I just don't see it. I don't like it, and I don't respect it. By the way, I wanted to get to this. This is on Truth Social. This is President Trump. I believe this is new footage. He put this out. This is his most recent post. This is in addition to the ones we've played already. Let's hear what he had to say. I think we got a good Republican response, but let's hear this one.
Joe Biden is on the run from his record and lying like crazy to try and escape accountability for the horrific devastation he and his party have created. All the while, they continue the very policies that are causing this horror show to go. We cannot take it any longer as a country. Joe Biden's sad excuse for a State of the Union address aside, here are the facts. When I left office, we gave Joe Biden the most secure border in U.S. history. We gave him remain in Mexico, very tough to get, but I got it. Safe third agreements, the asylum ban, Title 42, 571 miles of border wall, rapid deportations, and much more. We had the safest border in the history of our country. As soon as he got in, Crooked Joe and his radical left lunatics deliberately dismantled each and every one of those policies that were so good, that gave us this best border. According to Tom Homan, according to Brandon Judd, the top people, they said it was the single best border we've ever had in recorded history. What's happened now is a horror show. The country, our country, is being laughed at all over the world. Over the past 3 years, Biden has actively aided and abetted the importation of millions and millions of illegal alien migrants.
It's just
and
treason.
Settle them into your communities. At any time during the past 3 years, crooked Joe Biden, and he is crooked as you can be and the most incompetent president we've ever had, could have called off the invasion. But to this day, he is keeping the hordes of illegal migrants and illegal aliens pouring into the country. By the time his term is up, we can have close to 20 million people in our country. And we have no idea from where they come. We have no idea who they are. They have no identification. Many come from mental institutions. Many come from prisons.
It's insane.
They're terrorists. We have a calamity the likes of which we've never seen before. The very first bill Joe Biden sent to Congress was a plan to turn illegal aliens into voting citizens. That's just what we do.
You know what's yes, it's about turning them into voting citizens.
That's what I said.
Yes, it is. It's also, what was the point I was just going to make? It's about getting them to serve. California, different places in California have already said that they want illegals to serve on the police force. Remember earlier, Sal, when you said, I never believed that the United States would turn on itself, right? Like the military or the police wouldn't turn their arms on the United States citizens. Well, when you have non-citizens given the guns, they would easily turn the guns on American citizens. What do they care? They're not on our team. They're not playing for the Cleveland Browns. That's a Pittsburgh Steeler right there. Oh, there's a Baltimore Raven. Oh, there's a Cincinnati Bengal. Why are they in our locker room? Why are they setting up a microphone? Why are they taking pictures of our playbooks? They're not on our team, Sal. And they're saying that they should not only bring them into law enforcement on a local level, they are proposing fast tracks to citizenship to get them into our military.
Oh, Lord.
No, this is real shit that the Democrats are proposing. So it's like, is there a world war on the brink and we got to stock up on pawns? Is it because the jab is going to cause long-term health ramifications to people and we're not going to have a next generation and we got to restock the tax farm? Is it just pure chaos and everything's just happening to no rhyme or reason? I mean, I think to various degrees, it's all a little bit of it. And there's all sorts of blowback and unintended consequences as well. But Sal, I mean, if the military and the police force was full of non-citizens, that certainly changes the theory you had that they would never fire on Americans. What if they aren't American, right?
Yeah, I also said that if that was to happen, it will always be in an area where they would, like how Dearborn, Michigan is, where they have all It's like probably the heaviest constructed Arab area is in Dearborn, Michigan. So it'll be a situation where they will be able to do it in that area. Just like in Minnesota, they have a place where
like no-go zones.
Yeah. But they have places where like the Sudanese people that were brought in to like the area, they had them to have Sudanese police because it just only makes sense for them to have that there. Now on the military stand front, they'll probably do that, but with the military, the difference is the vetting system is different. So if you have an individual that's, just say you got an individual that's from the Ukraine, okay? What I know about the Ukraine, which I looked up, was they have neo-Nazis that's there in the Ukraine. They have Nazis.
The Azov battalion.
Right, exactly.
Biden is literally funding Nazis while he's pretending to protect Israel.
Exactly. So,
Make it make sense. He's funding Iran to pay the Houthis to attack in Gaza against Israel. And he's funding Nazis. I mean, is this really happening? Sorry, go ahead. It's all so obvious. Like it's right in front of us.
Right. And I didn't know about this until I just went on an internet journey, and they were talking about basically it was Nazis that was in the Ukraine. So you can only imagine a group of Nazis from the Ukraine coming to the US. We have our extremists, which is, they're extreme, but you got these guys who are extreme. So if you get these guys to get with these guys and they can get some weapons or whatever, you know what I'm saying, and put it into the hands of us crazy Americans along with these crazy Ukrainians, it'll cause something catastrophic. But the good thing about the military is that they vet very well. The military vets very well. So if there was an individual that was trying to do this, I think they would go to a certain point before they find out more about what the issue is. And once they find out about the issue, they'll terminate them. What I mean by terminate them, I think that they would kill them. It would be that type of situation where people
like a Pat Tillman situation.
Yeah. I think it'll be that
friendly fire, and they did not say that for a very long time. That had to be used as propaganda for recruitment.
Well, but I think ultimately that's what will happen. They will say it was
maybe not intentional though. Maybe Pat Tillman wasn't intentional, but it was friendly fire. But then there's other stories out there saying that he was writing back home. He was so disenfranchised. I don't know exactly, but like, why am I out here defending Poppy Field?
That's what I heard too.
And then he got offed, and you're like, well, was this truly accidental? Because the story was it was an enemy, then it was friendly fire, and then it was like, well, or maybe he was taken out. But yeah, I mean, whether it's MS-13 from Venezuela, whether it's the revolution that's going on in Haiti right now, we got all sorts of gangs coming up from Mexico. We got people from the Middle East coming through. We've got people from China coming through. It's open season on Hate America Day. It's open season on take your best shot from the inside. You're telling me they don't have elite units of people that are doing this? They say that there's Chinese elite units that are drinking chicken blood. And there have been a lot of reports coming up through Mexico, through Texas, through Arizona, where chickens are going missing, and there's strange people in their neighborhoods, and they're finding dead chickens, and it's part of their ritual. They drink the blood. It's like, you hear the reports that are coming out. It's like, there are a shitload of really bad hombres, to quote President Trump. There's a lot of bad hombres here, and they're not even all on the same team. It's like this. There's a Pittsburgh Steeler, there's a Cincinnati Bengal, and there's a Baltimore Raven. They're not on the same team. They just hate the Browns.
Right.
So they're here.
And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So I think that's
during round one.
Yeah, and I think that's the scariest concept. And what people don't understand about us is that even the people that are Americans that hate America, they don't understand how blessed they are to be here. They don't understand how people are willing to go through all this shit, man, just to get to America. For someone to put self in harm's way and pay somebody $8,000 to get into the damn country so they could change their life, and you complain about the littlest shit, about a damn bathroom, it blows my damn mind, man. I'm with you with what is wrong with us. But I know that when the shit goes down, those are the people that's going to be the first people that's not going to make it because they don't know how to make it. All they know is politics. All they know is all this other stuff. But when the shit hit the fan, you're going to need people about action. And they're not going to be about action anymore. It's going to be about save me. It's going to be about you talking about you a girl, but you a boy. No, you need to get it together. You're American. You need to go and get the weapon and get to work. And that's what I'm hoping that will bring us together. I don't want nothing bad to happen, but I think it takes the bad shit to happen to get us together. It was the only other time that we did this bullshit is when before 9/11. Before 9/11, it was hate. 9/11 happened that brought everybody together. We saw what the bigger picture was. We started loving each other.
It might have been Ronald Reagan who said the only thing that'll unite us, and I might be butchering this phrase, but like with so much division, the only thing that would unite us would be like an alien invasion, like an alien attack. So if there's that's the other thing with Project Bluebeam. It doesn't have to do a holographic Jesus Christ up in the cloud saying, now do this, come with me, or whatever. It could just be, here's an alien threat, quick. Just like the WHO, we need global governance. We need a new world order of sorts.
Wow.
No more countries, man. You can't have sovereignty and rights and freedoms and what, firearms? No. We have to be all united as a people. Hand in these guns. We're all on team human. There's no Team America. That's the other fear of an alien threat being used to. Reagan said something about it being the only way we could get unified is if there was an external threat like an alien invasion, something like that. You know, we're having a literal illegal alien invasion of this country. A little different. Let me get to President Trump's last thoughts here, and we will start to wind this down.
No matter what,
I'm gonna get a hook.
His priority is to import a colossal new.
Yeah, I got this up as loud as I can, by the way.
And let them all stay. My priority is securing our border and sending Crooked Joe's illegals back home. Likewise, the sight of a feeble Joe Biden talking about shrinkflation, the term he uses, is one of the most ridiculous things this country has ever seen.
It's so ridiculous.
It's just another way of saying inflation. It means that you're losing a lot of money because these people don't know what they're doing. It was all caused by Crooked Joe Biden and the people that surround him. And they are radical left Marxists and fascists and communists and socialists. We have people running our country, the likes of which we have never seen before. He and the communists and his party looted trillions of dollars from you and spent it on illegal aliens and the Green New Scam, triggering the highest inflation in many, many decades. If your packages are getting smaller, that's the reason why, under my leadership, there was no inflation. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. It's time to tell Crooked Joe Biden, you're fired.
That's pretty good. By the way, I think someone needs to clip that out. If there's a reason your packages are getting smaller, and then cut in Alex Jones talking about turning the friggin' frogs gay, putting the aspartame and stuff into the water supply and messing with our hormones. That actually was Donald Trump. I saw that video earlier. I thought I might have found something new. That did not appear to be a new one. But I definitely appreciated having all of those truths to read through during that speech from Biden. So, yeah, man, this has been a lot of fun. I appreciate you, Sal. Thanks for joining us again.
No problem.
This is always great. It's just, what would I rather do than sit around and talk about what's going on? Listen to things, get some other perspectives, and try to tell some jokes and try to yell at the president, who I don't respect as much as you do. But that's fair. You do you. You do you, boo. I'll do me. And I will.
We gotta figure it out, man. That's all. We have to figure it out. We really do.
Yeah, I just think you have to have. I think we have to have honest. It reminds me of when Biden was saying we need a 2-state solution. It's like, look, they've, I think 11 times, 14 times, 8 times. I forget the exact number. I'm not an expert on Middle East relations, but my understanding is it's somewhere under 15 times there have been leaders of Israel and leaders of the PLO or Hamas or pick whatever group is running that area of the Gaza Strip. They'd go to Camp David. They'd have accords, and they'd try to get a 2-state solution. And every single time, the Arab representative has walked away without a deal. And it's that what you're hearing now. It's from the river to the sea. You know, they want to exterminate that Jewish state. It doesn't belong there. There is no middle ground. There is no negotiating. So I think you need an honest partner.
Forever, though.
If we're going to figure things out, you have to have someone on the other side that also cares about figuring something out together. The Democrats just want to destroy people like us who are non-Democrats. I don't consider myself Republican. I consider myself non-Democrat. They want to destroy and dominate us. There is no middle ground between complete annihilation, stripping our First Amendment rights on social media and in real life, stripping our ability to work with all these companies that blacklist us through BlackRock ideology. The Second Amendment, our right to defend ourselves. Kathy Hochul saying, "Oh, we got to stop residents from bringing weapons on the trains to defend themselves." Like, we got a right to bring weapons. We don't have a right to use them unless it's self-defense, but we have every right to have them. I don't see that there is a way to negotiate with the side that doesn't believe in any of the core beliefs that this nation was founded on and the core beliefs that are inside of my soul and I will not compromise on. That's what I meant. So how do we find a compromise in that? I just don't see him as a serious business partner. I don't see him as someone that wants to find a compromise at all. It's either I'll continue to exist or they will continue to dominate. And that's the immovable force meets the unmovable object, or however that goes.
But it's been like that since the beginning of time. And I think that's something that we really haven't really realized, that it's been like this since the beginning of time. When it comes to those type of things, it's nothing that we can really do. It's nothing we can really do. All we can do is let things happen. Let nature take its natural course, because ultimately us interfering in it is going to make things bigger and more. It's going to make it worse than what it already is. So
I did a show a couple days ago.
What it is.
And somebody called me Paul Revere. You know, we changed our logo from the New American Media with the flag. Now it's an upside down flag. It's a nation in distress. Every single show I talk about preparedness and saying, try to level up this week. I mean, that's just kind of where we're at.
Okay.
I want to interfere. I want to be riding around. Sorry, the point I was trying to wrap it up with, I want to interfere, and I want to ride down the streets, 1 if by land, 2 if by sea, or however that actually played out, warning people while I still have the megaphone in front of me. I don't know how long I have the internet to use, but while I do, I'm just trying to warn as many people so that we can snap out of our complacency and realize that it's a lot colder when you go back home after being complacent for a while.
Yeah.
When's the last time you've grown a garden at all or gone camp? Like, do you have any clue how to rough it? Anybody? Like, are we financially fit, spiritually fit, physically fit? Like, all the things. It's just, I want to intervene. There's a line from it's actually the opening line to The Departed. Have you seen The Departed?
Yes.
Do you remember the opening line? It's a black screen.
Mm-hmm.
It's a voiceover from Jack Nicholson's character.
Yeah, Cops and Robbers. Cops and Robbers.
No, the very beginning, he goes, I don't want to be a product of my environment. I want my environment to be a product of me.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that opening line, and that was a shitty Jack Nicholson impersonation. I'll work on that. But I do want to get involved. I don't want to just roll with the flow, and it'll be worse if I the tallest blade of grass gets the blade. Like, I get that, but like, what is journalism if not talking to people about all this serious shit that's going on and warning, danger, danger. There's some shit happening right now you should probably be aware of and be prepared for. So like, I see myself as a main character in this. Even when I jotted down agree to disagree fireside chat with Trump during DNCC, I'm going to pitch that. I got to figure out the person to do it. Like, there's no scenario I don't think that I can't control, that I can't participate in, and that I can't shape. I do want my environment to be a product of my efforts.
Right.
So what were you saying compared to how I'm interpreting that? Are we on the same page or saying
no, I agree with you, but I'm just looking at all the things that we've mentioned. Okay. When you were mentioning, when you were talking about all these outside entities that are coming into the United States, we have inside entities also as well, right?
Oh God, those two. Oh my God, yeah.
So we got inside entities, right? Then we got people that are mentally unstable. Remember when you were younger, they had hospitals that they kept people that were mentally unstable, and they took care of them and they gave them drugs to calm them down, but they had a place for them. Now these people are amongst everybody. They're homeless. They see somebody young. And like where I'm from in East Cleveland, these people will be in abandoned buildings. If you are a young girl, you got to make sure that your daughter or whatever got somebody walking with her, because they can grab her up, take her in the abandoned building, and do whatever. You get what I'm saying? So
Cleveland's had some weird kidnapping people over there over the past couple decades.
Right. But it always been like that. You were around my age. Remember Amy Mahalovic?
Bay Village.
That's what I'm saying. So my thing is that us as a people, we don't care anymore. I remember Amy Mahalovic was a big deal. Now a kid get kidnapped, it's nothing. It's nothing. But now we need to bring that back. That's why when Donald Trump said "Make America Great Again," that's the concept I think of. I'm not thinking about slavery, no shit like that. I'm thinking about when people actually cared about the people that was next to them, and they were actually willing to put in action when it comes to something that's not happening, that they don't have going on. They need to be able to talk to the police, get them to be on the same board that they on when it comes to them doing their job. They need to be able to talk to all these different people, the mayor, all these different people, to get them to understand, look here, if you don't do things the way we see fit, your ass is gonna be out of there. When you had that type of constructive criticism over what's going on where you in your environment, it leads to that being a part of your environment, not your environment being a part of you. When it's a situation where you got immigrants coming into where you were born and raised, and it's a situation where they fucking up or they doing crazy stuff, you don't be quiet. That you let it be known, hey, look here, this is what these folks doing. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. This is what's going on. Get them out of here. But when you don't do that, you be quiet about everything. You let things go on. You let your neighborhood become a drug infested zone. You let a situation where education is not good as it's supposed to be. You let all these certain things keep on going, and they pile up. People are not gonna care. It's gonna be more about them getting a check. Shit, I don't give a fuck. As long as I'm getting my check, I don't care. But when you make it so that everybody cares, and you make it so that people are actually doing what they're supposed to do, then that's when things are always better. Like I told you before, the president can only do but so much. Is bigger than him. So when it's a situation where you got all these foreign people in Chicago that's not from Chicago, but they were making money illegal, so they got to get a piece of that action. So now you got even more villains doing villain shit that's there. Yeah. You got people that's trying to live a regular life, make money, not get fucked with by anybody that's new. Now you got that situation going on. And then you got a damn mayor looking like I don't know what to do. Get his ass up out of there. You know what I'm saying? You can't have a situation where you're not willing to look out for your people, but we got all these people that's not from here, that's not vetted, that can do anything they want to do. That guy that killed that girl,
Which one? There's more than Lake and Riley. They are piling up now with this migrant crime.
But my point is that his life is still better than what it was, than where he was at before, and he in jail.
So an American prison is still better than the third world hellhole that he snuck in from.
Basically, so he get to live the rest of his life in a damn prison that's gonna feed him, that's gonna clothe him. He might get fucked with, but other than that, there's other people that is gonna be more people in the prison that's gonna be like him.
I wonder, will prisoners look at him like they look at child abusers? You broke into the country. You had no business being here. You're not one of us. We don't accept you, and you're not going to live your days out here. We're going to correct this mistake. I wonder how the prisoners are going to feel as the illegal invaders start populating. Hey, this is America. This is an American prison, pal.
Mm-hmm.
You broke in here. You done fucked up. You didn't win a lottery by raping and killing one girl.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're gonna torture you for a little bit, and then we're gonna off you. I don't know. I don't know.
I think the Aryan Brotherhood will probably take care of him. Like, to be honest with you, that will probably happen. But the way I'm looking at it, the way I see things, it shouldn't be just that. It should be us being together. It's jacked up for it to take a tragedy to happen for us to be together. But I think ultimately that's what it all adds up to. You know, even in
you mentioned 9/11. That was like the closest our country has been in my lifetime. But then again, in the 80s and 90s, I mean, kind of for the most part, like there were issues, there were big stories. You know,
but they had Russia. They had Russia. It was always a scare that Russia and all type of stuff like that. So it was
cover for nuclear war.
Right. I mean, other than the drugs,
persistent boogeyman, but
right.
I don't know. Like things were different then. We've become so divided by like the Barack Obamas, the community agitators, the community organizers, the community dividers. I grew up with the mantra of judge a person on who they are, not what they look like. And then as I went through high school, college, and beyond, it completely flip-flopped. It's turned into this weird social justice thing, this divisive. It's poison. It's just poison.
But Brian, you gotta look at it this way. It's different for you. It's different from you. I'll give you an example. When I was in the military, it was a kid that I met from Corpus Christi. He told me that I was the first black dude he ever met in his life. Do you understand that? I know that black people, we only 12% of the population, but for this dude to be from Corpus Christi and tell me, other than watching television, seeing black people on television, I was the only black person that he saw, like up close, like black people, being around black people, you know what I'm saying? And this kid was crazy. He had a speech impediment. This is crazy. This is how crazy the military is. So
do you do an impression of a speech impediment? Do you do an impression?
No, man. This dude, his voice, he had a high pitched voice, and he had he was one of them type of cats. So they would have him. He was the chow runner. So we had to get him to talk to get us able to be able to eat. So we gotta wait forever for this dude to come and talk so we'd be able to eat food. And it was crazy. It was just certain type of things. They did that to him to help him to have better confidence. And but at the time it was like, man, look here, man, you better say what you gotta say so we can eat, man. What's wrong with you? But the whole point is for him to not be around someone black, and for black people, basically pop culture and music, it's like, wow, like really? Like, he's like, yeah, I never had a black friend ever in my life. My dad is racist. My dad say the N-word a lot, And I got to know the cat, and I done fed him. He done fed me. We cool and everything. And it's like he don't know how to feel about his life because he's been deprived of being around people that are him. You get what I'm saying?
And that type of stuff is the abuse. Go ahead.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
But no, I'm just saying that's the difference between you and an individual like him. An individual like him wouldn't even, he never fathomed like, hey, you know what, it's black people around here. Maybe I should be around, maybe I should be around people that's different than me. With you more open. Hey, you cool. If you cool, you ain't on no bullshit, then you can be cool with Brian. But if you on some bullshit, it don't matter who the hell you are. I'm not trying to mess with you. So that's the difference.
No, there's a lot of truth there. I was just, you reminded me of what I was saying is that our school system has taught so many, specifically white kids, specifically white females, to hate themselves, to hate white people, to hate white history, to hate America, to hate American history.
American history. That's don't say that. American history, even black history. I hate that. It's American history. My favorite hero in American history is Crispus Attucks. Crispus Attucks is so important because if it wasn't for him, America wouldn't be America. It took Crispus Attucks to set off the Boston Massacre, which led to America being free. And that's something that people don't understand. Crispus Attucks was a 6'2" black dude that was good at like naval things. And the British, they came up to him and his group of friends that was working the boats, and they was trying to tax him. He was like, man, fuck that. You ain't taxing me. Crispus Attucks was a damn runaway slave, man. And he went up north to Boston where he was able to make money, and he was cool with other people that was poor just like him. The British was trying to tax him. He said, nah, fuck that. We ain't paying y'all nothing. And that's what led to the Boston Massacre. They were going to fight him, and they gunned him down. So when I think about American history, I think about Crispus Attucks, how important he was to the foundation of America, where we don't take shit and we're willing to stand 10 toes down on what it is that we believe in.
I found a line here. This is Crispus Attucks. He says, I'm a rope maker. Learned it at sea. What else are you going to do when you're stuck on a whaler for 3 years? Lately, the redcoats been moonlighting in town, taking up jobs from fellas like me. We tussle with these lobster-backed bastards sometimes if they try and come in our pubs. One winter night, me and the boys had a few and then had some fun with a lone redcoat guard out on patrol. We pelted him good. Next thing we know, we got a crowd gathered around. So yeah, I just remember lobster-backed bastards. I remember that being one of the slurs that was used during the Crispus Attucks times. And yeah, I mean, we all write the history. We're all characters in this play. What role are we going to play in this play? I chose the role of journalist. If I'm doing Dungeons and Dragons, I didn't go with the warrior. I didn't go with the magician. I chose journalist. Hello. Hi, is this thing on? I'm a journalist. Hi, guys. But yeah, you're right. I am a little bit more adventurous and open. I moved into the hood. I moved into the black part of Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. I got a condo there and moved in. I became a very prominent member of that community. I fixed things. I painted things. I replaced dead bushes. We fixed broken shit. We made the place nicer. I got called mean names for that. I was told this is the ghetto Brian in response to trying to fix some irrigation to make the lawn not look good again. This is the ghetto Brian. Got to work on that neck thing. I never figured out how to do that. They didn't like it. I was called a gentrifier. It's like, oh my God, how dare you try to pick up trash and fix all the broken shit. But like you said earlier, I mean, it's generations and it's expectations and it's handouts and it's all the, there's a lot going on. And there were guys that hung out on the corner and did their thing. And when they were just doing their thing. It's just like, all right, well, there's a hornet's nest over there. There's just hornets buzzing around, and what do I care? But occasionally those hornets would come out and start hitting people. They'd start getting, causing problems for the rest of Gen Pop, who isn't starting any problems, who isn't causing any problems, who isn't whatever. But like, they're not going to sit around and get stung. I'll be damned if I got to suffer abuse from this shit.
Right.
You have a problem. You'll have a problem, I guess. And so, I mean, it was just once again the concept of trying to look after your community and then identifying the people that have lost the right to, participate in your community. They worked themselves out by their reckless and violent and criminal activities. That's on them. Nobody did that with them. That's them. That's far different from slinging a couple of bags or something, shooting, popping off shots and starting up like there were clear lines that would get crossed when things would get wonky in the neighborhood. But yeah,
but I try to tell people that like when it comes to Black people, Black Americans, what people don't understand is the other things that happen. When you take the father out of the household, when you
incentivize,
when you incentivize women to take their to not be with the man that they had kids with, and then after that, on the back end, they become part of the feminist movement, the second wave feminist movement. To add on, man. Which was the first wave, cool. Second wave, ridiculous. And you make it so that they get put in positions. Kamala Harris.
Wait, is second wave feminism okay, but it's third wave that's terrible?
No, well, they're all first wave.
I think first wave was fine. That was like just balancing some
second
stuff.
Wave was problematic because of the fact that they started Gloria Stein, and she started so they started the whole thing with what is it the magazine that women they
not Glamour.
No, not Glamour, but it was a fantasy type deal where they would always put these surveys in there and they made women feel Cosmo. So they made these women feel a certain way about not having certain positions, and this is what led to now instead of women having to work to get put in certain positions, a female CEO that hasn't put in any work or anything, and they just put her in that position. And now it's a situation where you'll have women that are, in charge of things, and it's always like it's shaky, it's real shaky. Even like women that end up like getting in other career fields that they wouldn't normally do. Like, just say if you got a woman that's a trash collector, okay? You got a woman that's a trash collector. Females make 1% of the garbage sanitation thing. Okay. So men, typically us being men, we say things that we shouldn't say. We talk about desert queens and swamp queens. That's what we do. But now it's a situation where if you mention something like that, that woman can go back and be like, hey, Brian and Sal was talking about swamp queens. I don't like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sue the sanitation company because of these guys. And what'll happen is we end up getting fired because of a comment that we made, where instead of her coming to us saying, hey, you know what? I don't appreciate that. Don't say that. Don't say that around me. And we become clear about that. But it'll be a situation where instead of her doing that, she want to sue. I want to get paid. So
or they find a way to ramrod you out of the organization and make sure you're not able to work and put food on the plate. I may or may not have dealt with at least one of those situations.
But that's the concept of it all. Now, if you're a woman and you work a job and you're qualified to work that job, I have nothing to say about that because of the fact
once again, judge a person on the content of their character and the quality of their skill set, not on what they look like. Amen.
Yeah.
That's how I was raised. But in Biden's America, Pete Buttigieg, you're the transportation secretary because you're a gay guy. Okay, what's that person who dresses as the lady? We'll make you a general or something in the military, whatever that person's name is, because you're trans. We need a transport. Kamala Harris, you're Indian, so we'll put you behind me, and you can be an Indian representative. It's about representation without qualification. Pete Buttigieg has no qualifications to be the transportation secretary. Zero, none. But there he is. Now, was he one of the candidates that got bought off when everybody dropped out one day and joined Joe Biden because he was going to be in the lead and everybody else was going to be given a side position on the cabinet? Yeah. But whether it's Mark Milley and you go through the Biden regime, it's trying to put representation of Karine Jean-Pierre. I mean, do you listen to this girl talk? Do you listen to? I mean, I guess she has an impossible job, but my God, is she terrible? Once again, I don't know how I could make it better. But
you know what? On the flip side of all that, like, I understand, like, with her getting in her job, I'm cool with that. But when you got somebody that's not qualified at all, like, can cause people to be in danger, then that's what I got a problem with it. But just speaking engagement, that's something that you typically it takes a while for you to understand things and get things in order. You should have it or whatever. You know, it takes a while. But then on the flip side, you want somebody that you want. Representation is cool, but when it takes away from someone, probably something bad happening, that's when I draw the line. Because it's just like if you got a doctor and he got D's in class, you probably won't want him to do your surgery. A C+ doctor. You want the doctor that got A's in his class and that was at John Hopkins. You want that doctor. You don't want the doctor that was at the Tri-C or something like that. You know, you don't want that doctor. You know, so that's what I'm saying. So
but that has been the blowback. That has been the repercussion of trying to put people into positions based on representation and not qualifications. Now there's a lot more people than ever before. We were trying to be raised in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000. Like it was a post race fixated world. Like we were just supposed to try to get past all that. And now it's like, well, we're seeing so many of these failures from people that are clearly incompetent. And it's not just Black people, Indian people, women, it's not this group, that group. It's just anyone incompetent. We're seeing it more and more. And I think it's led to a lot of mistrust. Like you said, doctors. You get a doctor now and you go, oh, are you a DEI? Is this a DEI hire? Is this a DEI graduation? You know, maybe it doesn't quite apply as doctors as much as it does in others. But, you know, was the grading scale different? Were you treated differently? Like, are you as qualified? You know, pilots, was it United Airlines? Whichever one it was, it's like, we will be the most diverse flying crew. I'm like, no. We want the most qualified flying crew. I don't care what you look like. I don't want anyone less qualified because they look different than more qualified people ever. Not a single time. I want to get to my destination safely. And they don't care. They have sacrificed a certain percentage of security and competence for playtime.
It's our mistrust, and I think that's it has a lot to do with our mistrust and what goes on. Is the biggest thing is our mistrust. It's just like me and a guy, we were talking about segregation. Me and one guy was talking about segregation because it was a funny skit that they did on
your guy from Corpus Christi.
No. This is another guy. He was talking about segregation, and he got me hip to this skit that a comedian had put out where it was a black guy who was talking about segregation, how basically, you know, we was up in the store, up in this restaurant, getting attacked by dogs and shit like this. And then we got the potato salad, and that shit had raisins in it. And, you know, we done went through all this shit to be able to eat at a white food counter, and the food is just shitty. You know, this is the shittiest food we ever had in our life. And we up here risking our lives for this shit and getting bit in the face by dogs. And
if this is equality, take me back.
And nah, this shit is awful. This is the worst food ever. You know what I'm saying? This shit.
To be fair, I've never had raisins and potato salad. I don't know where that's going from. And I like raisins and potato salad. I've never been. Never. And I don't smell like a wet dog either. Or
but it's that concept of it that makes you, you be like, what, like, why are we going through all this? Why are we going through all this and making a fuss about all this? And
just to get to raisins and the potato salad.
Right. Just to get to the point where, it's like this. Shouldn't it be a situation where if you want to, whatever it is you want to do, you're just able to do it? You get what I'm saying? And I think that's what we need to build things on. But it's because it's easy to come off negative. Just like the comment you made. I'm not saying you negative, but it's just the truth. When you see somebody, if you was on a plane, if I was on a plane and I saw somebody black flying a plane, my whole entire life, I've only seen white pilots. That's all I ever seen. So when I see somebody black flying a plane, I'm like, wow, he's flying a plane. So in my mind, I'm thinking, damn, he must be very qualified to fly this damn plane, because there's no way in the world people would trust this guy to fly a plane if he wasn't good.
To think just like that. People used to think just like that. The past 10 years, 15 years, things have gone so wonky. It's the blowback. Ron Paul always talked about the blowback of the political decisions we make. Like, there will be unintended consequences. And it's like the cost of force feeding representation is like, it used to be like, wow, that person must be a great doctor.
Yeah,
a great
that's
pilot.
what I'm saying. Like, for it to be a black dude doing it, like, damn, they ain't got enough. That's how they ain't got enough white people to do this thing. They ain't no, so everybody got an F except for him. He made it. Okay, so he must be really good. Let me ask you on that.
I was just gonna say on that topic though, you brought up MAGA before and like how Make America Great Again. Like you thought back to a time when there were some really good things about community and responsibility and this and that. But I thought Joy Reid and some of these people on MSNBC, they told me that's just a racist dog whistle. You said you don't buy that. Make America Great Again.
No, this is the thing.
Is it disingenuous, the people that are saying that shit?
Because it comes from Trump. If that statement didn't come from Donald Trump, and he didn't say a couple of things that may have been off, then it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. So I think they all being disingenuous, and I think they're getting paid to do that shit. That's my humble opinion. I think they're being paid to do that. Donald Trump was cool with Mike Tyson, was cool with Oprah Winfrey, was cool with Rosa Parks. He received the damn Freedom Award with Rosa Parks and somebody else. So when I look at Donald Trump, I go by what I actually see. I don't go by what somebody tell me about somebody. That's how I don't. Whenever you go by what someone say, you mess it up in the beginning. You got to go by what you see done. If you see somebody doing something that's honorable, if you see somebody that's doing something that makes sense to you, then you go by that. You don't go by no bullshit that somebody didn't told you. You know what I'm saying? It's just the fact that when Donald Trump I think the black people that Donald Trump have in his corner, they not credible. And because you have people that aren't credible, that's what messed you up all the way. But when you have people that are credible, that can talk about you as a person, and that can put your name and how you looking, it's like I think
like that number's grown a lot in the last 4 years, by the way.
Well,
I think the black men are really embracing Trump now.
Yeah, but he hasn't done anything.
Not the black women and not the white women.
Yeah.
But the black men have definitely come around according to the stats I'm looking at.
No, it's the truth. It's the truth. And I think that's the funniest thing is like when you hear somebody black, like that really don't like Trump, but they be like, damn, this gas wasn't that damn high when Trump was there, man. It was working when Trump was there. But when when you see a lot of inconsistencies come when someone said they're gonna do something, I think that's what becomes problematic. Donald Trump was getting black people that didn't do violent in jail. I got a cousin that I got people that I know that committed crimes, that sold drugs. And at the time they sold drugs, but they were able to get out of jail. You know what I'm saying? Because of the fact that they didn't commit violent crime. They didn't murder nobody. It's crazy for someone to get caught with a kilo of cocaine and they had to do 1,000,000 years in jail, but someone killed somebody, they just do 10 years and then they get out when they took somebody's life. That's a crazy concept to even think about. When that, you know, when you see the bigger picture and knowing that Biden did the 94 drug law in 94, 3 strikes you're out. He did all those little, he wrote that. And that's what caused a lot of black people to be in jail. And people want to throw a blind eye to that. You know what I'm saying? That blows my mind.
So when when Biden was talking to Charlemagne and he said, if you don't know who to vote for, me or Trump, you ain't black. How does that make you feel?
Well, I blame him for being a sucker for say something like that. Ain't no way in the world he would have said something like that. And at my show, I'm like, what?
And no pushback from that.
And then he up here eating chicken with some dude in his family. Oh, I would have got the watermelon for y'all. Let Trump had did that. Let Trump that.
That was last week, right? That was very recently. That was the most absurd shit I've seen in a long time.
That's the problem. It's like we want to be outraged at this, but we ain't gonna be outraged at that. Oh, Trump got some shoes. Oh my God, he got tennis shoes. Oh my God, trying to get black people. The people that mad about them tennis shoes, they can't even afford them damn tennis shoes. Them tennis shoes cost $5,000. Ain't nobody buying them tennis shoes but people that's into tennis shoes. Ain't the fact that we black. It's the fact that you into tennis shoes and you like Trump, you probably gonna buy them shoes. That's just what it is. It's exclusive.
I kind of feel like getting a pair, but I wouldn't wear them. I just kind of throw them on the display.
Yeah, because they got a signature on them. You just gonna have it in you're not gonna wear them.
Up on the shelf.
Right, you're not gonna wear them shoes. It's
my Icarus wing shoes that are gonna lift me off with like the golden wings on them or whatever they are. Well, but it was funny. Like how interesting is that? I found it interesting.
But that my thing was the people that was more pissed off about it was people that couldn't even afford the shoes if they wanted it. So that's what upset me. You know what I'm saying? I said before. But it's not even about that. It's just about understanding things. And our biggest problem is the fact that we don't understand things. We don't try to look at things from a bigger perspective. We just try to look at this much instead of looking at the bigger picture. I was talking to somebody about Black History Month. We had a conversation about that, and I was like, well, I think Black History Month, it shouldn't be a Black History Month. And I was like, Black people have done so much for America and have built America. And it shouldn't be a Black History Month. It should be a part of American history. Whatever it is, it should be a part of American history because we're Americans. We're not African Americans. I've never been to Africa in my life. I've been American my whole entire life. I don't know shit about Africa, but I know about America. You know what I'm saying? And I feel that everything that has been built, you know, whenever you think of, especially during slavery time, nobody white invented any because of the fact that why would they invent anything that would help with anything that Black people had to do? So it was Black people that invented shit that make their job easy. That's just the way it is. But it was the slave master was like, oh shit, Toby, he invented this, so I'm about to put a patent on that shit. And now I did it. Nah, Black people did that because they didn't want to work hard, so they figured out a way of making things easy for them. And it's just the fact that that man knew about the patent. So because he knew about the patent, he was able to make money, make millions, and his family was able to get money and have everything. It's just the way it is, man. It's what it is, you know.
Well, I will say about slavery, yeah. I mean, it's like the second oldest profession. First being prostitution, the second being slavery, whether it's overt or covert. I mean, go through the Bible, it's the Jews in Egypt and I mean, there's more slaves in Northern Africa, some people say, than ever before. And it's like,
Yeah.
it's a global thing. In China, they have the Uyghurs right now.
Yeah.
It's like America was the nation that fought a bloody civil war to stop that and say, we're not about that life. We need to be a place that isn't like the rest of the world.
We just
kind of a noble thing. That's kind of a good thing that
we didn't go about it the right way at the end. That's the only thing that made it bad for America, is the fact that it was.
I mean, there's a lot bad about all of it, but yeah,
but no. I'm just American in general. It's just the fact that we didn't go about it the right way. If we went about it, because you're gonna have people that hate black people. It's just the way it is. No matter where you go, it's always gonna be a group that's hated. It's just the way it is. But my thing is, I think the funniest thing about America is that, just like, if you really think about it, so black people are hated, right? So you got black people that are hated that contribute.
White people are hated in today's society. White people are very hated.
No. I understand what you're saying, but it's a tradition. That's what I'm trying to get you. It's a tradition. But my point is this. So all the stuff that we contribute to America, just only to be hated, and then on top of that, they invite other people to come into America, and then that's what blows my mind. So you're gonna invite other people just so you can hate.
New York. Sal, the inner cities of Chicago, New York, Los Angeles. Pick your city.
Yeah.
The black residents of these cities,
right?
You can. It's like a Bugs Bunny cartoon. You can see the smoke shooting out of the ears of these people who are being passed over while illegal invaders are being prioritized over the existing community. You got veterans sleeping behind a dumpster. You got these black families who have been here for 3 generations. They're working 2 jobs, busting their ass, trying, barely getting by. And these people are staying in 4-star hotels, getting $10,000 gift cards. And they're taking over your street blocks, your street corners. I'm telling you, I really, in my crystal ball, I see a turf war in the cities between the current residents and the invaders. I just see this getting all sorts of weird, man. I don't know.
In those big,
they have every right to be pissed off that they're being passed over.
But this is so funny. In my crazy mind, it took for me to go to Cheyenne, Wyoming, to understand the way how big America was. Because I'm from, like I told you, I'm from East Cleveland, Ohio. So in East Cleveland, you might have like maybe a few white people there, but if they there, it's like, damn, shit must have been really fucked up for you to be Cleveland, sir.
I had to get gas there once. I had to fill up my tank, and it was a very uncomfortable 90 seconds. And I was living in Los Angeles. I was in, they called it Koreatown, but it was Guatemalan, Honduran, Ecuadorian, and Peruvian.
Holy shit.
I was very out of place and very uncomfortable in certain parts of my Koreatown experience in Los Angeles. And I felt 10 times more uncomfortable at that gas station for 90 seconds in East Cleveland. That's for damn sure. It felt way sketchier. Continue.
Yeah, but I think the funniest thing about all that is this. When I was in Cheyenne, Wyoming, I felt out of place, but those people were so country. They were so different. It didn't even matter, man. It didn't matter. Like when I was there, they had it where you had to pump your gas before you pay. So I was so scared that I would get like shot or something bad happen. I'm like, hey man, here's $20. Just hold this for me. I'm gonna pump my gas. I don't want no problem with nobody. Let me put here. Just hold the money. And we'll figure it out, all right? I don't want you to think I'm trying to take nothing, man, because this is so damn tempting. You over here just giving me the damn gas. Yeah, pump your own gas. It's fine. I'm like, nah, man, here, take this 20 right quick. If there's more, I'll give you more. You can keep the tip. You know, I don't want no problems, man. But the whole concept was,
this must have been a while ago when $20 could get you
like, this is like 2000. This is like 98, 99.
Yeah, $1.04.
Yeah. $1.04, $1.09. Yep. So, but I like the whole point was I never seen poor white people. I never seen poor white people. So I was
we're out there.
Wyoming. I was like, holy shit, man. Like, it was a whole different, it was like they were the black people of that area. It was crazy, man. They were poor, like on welfare poor. That's when I knew that they were bullshitting me the whole time, because you would think that black people were the welfare problem. When I was in Wyoming, man, they had a damn trailer park. It was a straight up trailer park, bigger than the city. And I went in there, and I'm over here. This is my first time dabbling. Had a white girlfriend, first time dabbling, and it was the most craziest I ever had in my life, because homegirl was on welfare, and I'm like, what happened? I was like, what happened? Like I had to, I couldn't even fathom what happened. I thought, I'm from East Cleveland. My mindset was, damn, if you was white, you had at least 50,000 on you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm talking to her, I'm like, so where your dad at? Like, your dad not with you? Like, what happened?
You're white, you gotta have at least 50,000.
Yeah, that's what. But that was my mindset, because everybody I saw like on the west side or whatever, they had money. God. They had money. They own things. You know what I'm saying? They own things. It was crazy to think that somebody that was white that was that poor, man. I'm like, what happened? What happened? Y'all hit rock bottom? What, did y'all move here? What was the problem? She was like, man, I don't know who my dad is. Shit fucked up over here. She was like, you handsome, you in the military. What's up, man?
Man, that is fun. Yeah, I guess that was a few years before 8 Mile came out, and you got to see
yeah.
White trash is everywhere, man. Like, poverty knows no bounds. That's for sure.
Hey,
we grow up where we grow up.
When I saw that, I was like, oh shit, man. I bet too, because my whole entire life I thought, like, damn, black people. I never want to be a government assistant. I want to be a pillar of my society, and this, that, another. I want to make people do better and clean up the trash and this, that. Man, look, I got over there, man. I saw poor. I was like, God damn, like.
Gee. Have you heard Dave Chappelle's skits about the poor whites?
Yeah. That's true.
When Dave Chappelle talks about the poor whites, because he lives in Xenia. I don't know if you've ever been down to Xenia or not, but my ex-wife.
I've been down.
Yeah, I've ran into Dave down there a couple times. Like he's always chain smoking outside a coffee shop, and
that's crazy.
I mean, not all the time, but I've ran into him on multiple occasions. Once at in line at Young's Dairy getting ice cream, and I left him alone. He was there with his wife and his kids, and I'm like, wow. This is like at the peak of Chappelle.
Wow,
he's right next to me, and I'm just trying to. I just had to play it cool and not like. I don't know. I wanted to give him that moment with his family and not be that guy.
Respect.
But like he was the funniest thing on TV. I'm like, ah. But then the other time I definitely shook hands and talked to him, smoking a cigarette outside the coffee shop. But yeah, he does a couple funny skits about the poor whites down there in Yellow Springs. Now, Yellow Springs is a hippie town, an old money hippie town. But I mean,
I know what you're talking about.
White hippies can be poor as dirt, Appalachian son. They can be, So
it's different. It's different. I went out to Xavier University. I went out that way at Xavier University. I went to like a college little thing, and that's when I figured I wasn't going to college. I was like, man, fuck it. That shit was out nowhere.
I went to Bowling Green, and I'm like, this is it. I really like this place. Oh, I was getting recruited to play tennis and football for like D2, D1A, D3 schools, and I was like, well, maybe here, maybe there. I'm like, I just went and partied at Bowling Green on a weekend. I'm like, nah, this is it. This is it. It was a good day. I got a good education. I always said if I would have just gone to class and back to my dorm, it would have been the biggest waste of money ever. But I got involved in student government. I got involved with the newspaper. I got involved booking concerts for the school. Like I did things. I joined groups. I ran groups. I booked $100,000 concerts and ran for student government president because, this is my playground. I want to be. I don't want to be a product of my environment. I want my environment to be a product of me. I want to put my stamp on it. But talking about expectations, I did just want to play this clip as we wrap up tonight's show. By the way, if you're watching, please like, subscribe, do all the things. We're in all the places. We're called the Agree to Disagree Show. This is the New American Media. I'll give you all of the handles as we run it down there on the caption. It shows how to join our Rumble account, our Agree to Disagree podcast on Spotify, New American Media on Twitter at American_media_, YouTube.com/the New American Media, etc. But remember this, when people want to, like Joy Reid, want to tell us that there's something wrong about Donald Trump saying we should make America great again. Well, I mean, let's just go back to the Democrat Party when they were sane. This is the 90s. This is Bill Clinton. What does he have to say?
Together we can make America great again.
What?
I believe that together we can make America great again.
Okay, that's Bill Clinton in 1991. That was pre-President Clinton. Okay.
I proudly announce my candidacy for President of the United States of America.
Oh, okay. Sounds like Trump's launch.
America great again.
Yeah.
I ask you to join with us today.
So it's all perspective, right?
Hands in your heart.
And that's what it is.
Help.
Hey, if he didn't play that sax, it wouldn't have sounded smooth.
And with your help, your heart, your devotion, and your effort.
Yeah, Slick Willie, man. He was smooth, that's for sure.
That will inspire the world. God bless you.
He always had that perma smirk thing going on. Of course, we'll see what happens with that Epstein flight logs and client list. We'll see if that ever reaches. But that's another topic for another day. Sal, we are done for this evening, man. We watched the State of the Union, State of Confusion, whatever we want to call it. That was awesome. We gave the banter. We got the follow-up. We chopped shop with other people. First time people jumping in. It was fun. I like bringing people in.
That's cool.
It's fun. You know, different shows have different guidelines, but I like the free form sometimes. I really like to just hash some stuff out. I really enjoy this. That's what we do here at the New American Media. So, Sal, any final words for you, sir, before I wrap this one up?
No, man. Be well, man. Be well.
Yes.
Appreciate being on the show. Yeah, man.
As always. Good stuff. Remind me, though, make a post. Just remind me and tag me in the Facebook group for the Agree to Disagree show about we're trying to compile a list of the top 10 swamp queens.
Swamp queens, yeah.
And we'll have to describe it. But I that came up organically. I think it was funny. I think it's interesting. It'll be a fun little poll where people would get to put their 2 cents in. Who should be on the list? Who should be? No, you can't have her in.
No.
You know, someone's going to put Ann Coulter there, and someone's going to say, how dare you, sir? But I think it'd be funny. Swamp Queens. Thank you for that Desert Queens reference. I was unfamiliar with the terminology, but I am now. All right, Sal. Thank you again, sir. To be continued.
You too, bro. Take it easy.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And I appreciate every one of you out there watching today. Thank you so much. We started the New American Media because the old American Media failed. And that's why we try to deliver as much truth as possible. Nobody's paying us to deliver you lies like the propaganda mockingbird media, the lying legacy media. So I ask of you, please like and subscribe wherever you're watching. On Truth Social, link up with us in all of these places, please, because we could be gone on one or more of these platforms at a moment's notice, and we need to be agile enough to deliver this product to different formats. If you go to Truth Social, we are the New American Media. If you go on Spotify, we have 2 podcasts. One is called the Agree to Disagree Show. Subscribe and watch some of the previous content. Spotify is weird. Sometimes I can upload the video. Sometimes it has to be audio. I don't understand the difference. But we also have one for the Unhappy Hour Sports Show, if you're into that sort of thing. Also on Rumble. Rumble, we are the New American Media. Subscribe and watch some content. And when it goes to Rumble and YouTube, we got 13 years of video on YouTube. You know, we've been on Rumble for a year, but if you like what we're doing, click play on a video and let it play. Enjoy it. Listen to it. Listen to a bunch of them. Maybe listen to some of it and let it play. Well, go in the other room. Boost those numbers. Show the algorithm that we're making a dent. There's another site called Telegram. Telegram is an important one. It's one of the best backups for Facebook. I think Truth is a good backup for X. I think Rumble is a good backup for YouTube. So go to Telegram if you're on there. We are TNAM, TNAM for the New American Media, and TNAM Chat. TNAM and TNAM Chat on Telegram. On X, we're at American_Media_. On Facebook, we have a page, The New American Media, and we have a group. Do quotation marks, capital TNAM, apostrophe S, The Agree to Disagree Show. It's a private group. If you can find it, because they will shadow ban it. They will not show it to you unless you type it exactly. Join the group and just say, how did you find this private group? There'll be a security question. Say, Brian invited me. Also on Instagram, The New American Media. We're also on Signal. I think it's TNAM Official and TNAM Chat on Signal. Signal's a backup for Telegram. Oh, Patreon. That's the one too. Patreon.com/The New American Media, or just search The New American Media. You can be a patron and just sign up for just $5 a day. You too can support independent journalism. Just subscribe on Patreon. I don't know what accent that was, but this was a marathon. I guess if I go 11 more seconds, I'll officially make it to a 5-hour show. That's just insane. But the time flew by. The time flew by, and I appreciate each and every one of you for joining me here on the Agree to Disagree show on the New American Media. So special thanks to Sal and everybody else who joined us today. I appreciate you. I love you. And we'll talk to you again soon. Take care.